The Concrete Blonde by Michael Connelly. This is for Susan, Paul, and Jamie, Bob and Marlon, Ellen, Jane, and Damien. The Concrete Blonde. The house in Silver Lake was dark, its windows as empty as a dead man's eyes. It was an old California craftsman with a full front porch and two dormer windows set on the long slope of the roof. But no light shone behind the glass, not even from above the doorway. Instead, the house cast a foreboding darkness about it that not even the glow from the streetlight could penetrate. A man could be standing there on the porch, and Bosch knew he probably wouldn't be able to see him. "You sure this is it?" he asked her. "Not the house," she said. "Behind it. The garage. Pull up so you can see down the drive." Bosch tapped the gas pedal, and the Caprice moved forward and crossed the entrance to the driveway. "There," she said. Bosch stopped the car. There was a garage behind the house with an apartment above it. Wooden staircase up the side, light over the door. Two windows, lights on inside. "Okay," Bosch said. They stared at the garage for several moments. Bosch didn't know what he expected to see. Maybe nothing. The whore's perfume was filling the car, and he rolled his window down. He didn't know whether to trust her claim or not. The one thing he knew he couldn't do was call for backup. He hadn't brought a rover with him, and the car was not equipped with a phone. "What are you going to—" "There he goes!" she said urgently. Bosch had seen it. The shadow of a figure crossed behind the smaller window. The bathroom, he guessed. "He's in the bathroom," she said. "That's where I saw all the stuff." Bosch looked away from the window and at her. "What stuff?" I checked the cabinet, when I was in there. Just looking to see what he had. A girl has to be careful. And I saw all the stuff. Makeup shit, mascara, lipsticks, compacts and stuff. That's how I figured it was him. He used all that stuff to paint them when he was done, killing them." "Why didn't you tell me that on the phone?" "You didn't ask." He saw the figure pass behind the curtains of the other window. Bosch's mind was racing now, his heart jacking up into its overdrive mode. "How long ago was this that you ran out of there?" "Shit, I don't know. I had to walk down to Franklin just to find a fucking ride over to the boulevard. I was with the ride about 10 minutes, so I don't know." "Guess. It's important." "I don't know. It's been more than an hour." "Shit," Bosch thought. She stopped to turn a trick before she called the task force number. Showed a lot of genuine concern there. Now there could be a replacement up there, and I'm sitting out here watching. He gunned the car up the street and found a parking space in front of a hydrant. He turned off the engine, but left the keys in the ignition. After he jumped out, he stuck his head back in through the open window. "Listen, I'm going up there. You stay here. If you hear shots, or if I'm not back here in 10 minutes, you start knocking on doors and get some cops out here. Tell them an officer needs assistance. There's a clock on the dash. 10 minutes. 10 minutes, baby. You go be the hero now. But I'm getting that reward." Bosch pulled his gun as he hurried down the driveway. The stairs up the side of the garage were old and warped. He took them 3 at a time as quietly as he could, but still it felt as if he was shouting his arrival to the world. At the top, he raised the gun and broke the bare bulb that was in place over the door. Then he leaned back into the darkness against the outside railing. He raised his left leg and put all his weight and momentum into his heel. He struck the door above the knob. The door swung open with a loud crack. In a crouch, Bosch moved through the threshold in the standard combat stance. Right away he saw the man across the room, standing on the other side of a bed. The man was naked and not only bald, but completely hairless. His vision locked on the man's eyes, and he saw the look of terror quickly fill them. Bosch yelled, his voice high and taut, "Cops, don't fucking move!" The man froze, but only for a beat, and then began bending down, his right arm reaching for the pillow. He hesitated once and then continued the movement. Bosch couldn't believe it. What the fuck was he doing? Time went into suspension. The adrenaline pounding through his body gave his vision a slow-motion clarity. Bosch knew the man was either reaching for the pillow for something to cover himself with, or he was... The hand swept under the pillow. "Don't do it!" The hand was closing on something beneath the pillow. The man had never taken his eyes off Bosch. Then Bosch realized it wasn't terror in his eyes, it was something else. Anger? Hate? The hand was coming out from beneath the pillow now. "No!" Bosch fired one shot, his gun kicking up in his two-handed grasp. The naked man jerked upright and backward. He hit the wood-paneled wall behind him, then bounced forward and fell across the bed, thrashing and gagging. Bosch quickly moved into the room and to the bed. The man's left hand was reaching again for the pillow. Bosch brought his left leg up and knelt on his back, pinning him to the bed. He pulled the cuffs off his belt and grabbed the groping left hand and cuffed it, then the right, behind the back. The naked man was gagging and moaning. I can't, he said, but his statement was lost in a bloody coughing fit. "You can't do what I told you," Bosch said. "I told you not to move." Just die, man, Bosch thought, but didn't say. It'll be easier for all of us. He moved around the bed to the pillow. He lifted it, stared at what was beneath it for a few moments, and then dropped it. He closed his eyes for a moment. "God damn it," he called at the back of the naked man's head. "What were you doing? I had a fucking gun, and you reach... I told you not to move." Bosch came around the bed so he could see the man's face. Blood was emptying from his mouth onto the dingy white sheet. Bosch knew his bullet had hit the lungs. The naked man was the dying man now. "You didn't have to die," Bosch said to him. Then the man was dead. Bosch looked around the room. There was no one else, no replacement for the whore who had run. He had been wrong on that guess. He went into the bathroom and opened the cabinet beneath the sink. The makeup was there, as the whore had said. Bosch recognized some of the brand names. Max Factor, L'Oreal, CoverGirl, Revlon. It all seemed to fit. He looked back through the bathroom door at the corpse on the bed. There was still the smell of gunpowder in the air. He lit a cigarette, and it was so quiet in the place that he could hear the crisp tobacco burn as he dragged the soothing smoke into his lungs. There was no phone in the apartment. Bosch sat on a chair in the kitchenette and waited. Staring across the room at the body, he realized that his heart was still pounding rapidly and that he felt lightheaded. He also realized that he felt nothing, not sympathy or guilt or sorrow for the man on the bed. Nothing at all. Instead, he tried to concentrate on the sound of the siren that was now sounding in the distance and coming closer. After a while, he was able to discern that it was more than one siren. It was many. 1. There are no benches in the hallways of the U.S. District Courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. No place to sit. Anybody who slides down the wall to sit on the cold marble floor will get rousted by the first deputy marshal who walks by, and the marshals are always out in the halls, walking by. The lack of hospitality exists because the federal government does not want its courthouse to give even the appearance that justice may be slow or non-existent. It does not want people lining the halls on benches or on the floor, waiting with weary eyes for the courtroom doors to open and their cases or the cases of their jailed loved ones to be called. There is enough of that going on across Spring Street in the County Criminal Courts building. Every day the benches in the hallways of every floor there are clogged with those who wait. Mostly they are women and children, their husbands or fathers or lovers held in lockup. Mostly they are black or brown. Mostly the benches look like crowded life rafts, women and children first, with people pressed together and cast adrift, waiting, always waiting, to be found. Boat people, the courthouse smartasses call them. Harry Bosch thought about these differences as he smoked a cigarette and stood on the front steps of the federal courthouse. That was another thing. No smoking in the hallways inside. So he had to take the escalator down and come outside during the trial's breaks. Outside, There was a sand-filled ash can behind the concrete base of the statue of the blindfolded woman holding up the scales of justice. Bosch looked up at the statue. He could never remember her name. The Lady of Justice. Something Greek, he thought, but wasn't sure. He went back to the folded newspaper in his hands and reread the story. Lately, in the mornings, he would read only the sports section, concentrating his full attention on the pages in the back where box scores and statistics were carefully charted and updated each day. He somehow found the columns of numbers and percentages comforting. They were clear and concise, an absolute order in a disordered world. Having knowledge of who had hit the most home runs for the Dodgers made him feel that he was still connected in some way to the city and to his life. But today he had left the sports section folded and tucked into his briefcase, which was under his chair in the courtroom. The Los Angeles Times' Metro section was in his hands now. He had carefully folded the section into quarters, the way he had seen drivers on the freeway do it, so they could read while they drove, and the story on the trial was on the bottom corner of the section's front page. He once again read the story, and once again felt his face grow hot as he read about himself. Trial on Police Toupee Shooting to Begin, by Joel Bremer, Times staff writer. As an unusual civil rights trial gets underway today, a Los Angeles police detective stands accused of having used excessive force 4 years ago when he shot and killed a purported serial killer he believed was reaching for a gun. The alleged killer was actually reaching for his toupee. Los Angeles police detective Harry Bosch, 43, is being sued in U.S. District Court by the widow of Norman Church, an aerospace worker Bosch shot to death at the climax of the investigation into the so-called Dollmaker killings. For nearly a year before the shooting, police had sought a serial killer so named by the media because he used makeup to paint the faces of his 11 victims. The highly publicized manhunt was marked by the killer's sending of poems and notes to Bosch and the Times. After Church was killed, police announced they had unequivocal evidence proving that the mechanical engineer was the killer. Bosch was suspended and later transferred from the Homicide Special Unit of the LAPD Robbery Homicide Division to the Hollywood Division Homicide Squad. In making the demotion, police stressed that Bosch was disciplined for procedural errors, such as his failure to call for a backup to the Silver Lake apartment where the fatal shooting took place. Police administrators maintained that the Church killing was a good shooting, department terminology meaning not improper. Since Church's death precluded a trial, much of the evidence gathered by police has never been provided publicly under oath. That will likely change with the federal trial. A week-long jury selection process is expected to be completed today with the opening statements of the attorneys to follow. Bosch had to refold the paper to continue reading the story on an inside page. He was momentarily distracted by seeing his own picture, which was on the inside page. It was an old photo and looked not unlike a mugshot. It was the same one that was on his department ID card. Bosch was more annoyed by the photo than the story. It was an invasion of his privacy to put his picture out like that. He tried to concentrate on the story. Bosch is being defended by the city attorney's office because he was acting in the line of duty when the shooting occurred. If any judgment is won by the plaintiffs, the city taxpayers, not Bosch, will pay. Church's wife, Deborah, is being represented by civil rights attorney Honey Chandler, who specializes in police abuse cases. In an interview last week, Chandler said she will seek to prove to the jury that Bosch acted in such a reckless manner that a fatal shooting of Church was inevitable. Detective Bosch was cowboying and a man ended up dead, Chandler said. I don't know if he was merely reckless or if there is something more sinister here, but we will find out in the trial. That was the line that Bosch had read and reread at least 6 times since getting the paper during the first break. Sinister. What did she mean by that? He had tried not to let it bother him, knowing that Chandler would not be above using a newspaper interview for a psych ops outing, but still, It felt like a warning shot. It let him know more was to come. Chandler said she also plans to question the police evidence that Church was the Dollmaker. She said Church, the father of 2 daughters, was not the serial killer police sought, and that they labeled him as such to cover up Bosch's misdeed. Detective Bosch killed an innocent man in cold blood, Chandler said. What we are doing with this civil rights suit is what the police department and the district attorney's office refused to do. Bring forward the truth and provide justice for Norman Church's family. Bosch and Assistant City Attorney Rodney Belk, who is defending him, declined comment for this story. Along with Bosch, those expected to testify in the 1 to 2 week case include Spare change, pal? Bosch looked up from the paper into the grimy but familiar face of the homeless man who had staked out the front of the courthouse as his turf. Bosch had seen him out here every day during the week of jury selection, making his change and cigarette rounds. The man wore a threadbare tweed jacket over 2 sweaters and corduroy pants. He carried a plastic bag of belongings and a big gulp cup to shake in front of people when he asked for change. He also always carried with him a yellow legal pad with scribbling all over it. Bosch instinctively patted his pockets and shrugged. He had no change. "I'd take $1, you know." "Don't have a spare $1. The homeless man dismissed him and looked into the ash can. Yellowed cigarette butts grew from the sand like a crop of cancer. He put his yellow pad under his arm and began to pick through the offerings, taking those that still had a 1/4 inch or more of tobacco to smoke. Every now and then he would find a nearly whole cigarette and make a clicking sound with his mouth to show his approval. He put the harvest from the ash can in the big gulp cup. Happy with his findings, the man stepped back from the ash can and looked up at the statue. He looked back at Bosch and winked, then began to rock his hips in a lewd mimicry of a sexual act. "About my girl here," he said. The man then kissed his hand and reached up and patted the statue. Before Bosch could think of something to say, the pager on his belt began to chirp. The homeless man stepped back another 2 steps and raised his free hand as if to ward off some unknown evil. Bosch saw the look of deranged panic spread on his face. It was the look of a man whose brain synapses were spread too far apart, the connections dulled. The man turned and scurried away, out toward Spring Street, with his cup of used cigarettes. Bosch watched him until he was gone, and then pulled the pager off his belt. He recognized the number on the display. It was Lieutenant Harvey 98 Pounds's direct line at the Hollywood station. He put what was left of his cigarette into the sand and went back into the courthouse. There was a bank of payphones at the top of the escalator near the second-floor courtrooms. "Harry, what's happening there?" Pounds asked. "The usual, just waiting around. We got a jury, so now the lawyers are in with the judge talking about openers. Belk said I didn't have to sit in on that, so I'm just hanging around." He looked at his watch. It was 10 to 12. "They'll be breaking for lunch soon." "Good. I need you." Bosch didn't reply. Pounds had promised he would be off the case rotation until the trial was over. A week more, maybe 2 at the most. It was a promise Pounds had no choice but to make. He knew that Bosch couldn't handle catching a homicide investigation while in federal court 4 days a week. "What's going on? I thought I was off the list." "You are, but we may have a problem. It concerns you." Bosch hesitated again. Dealing with Pounds was like that. Harry would trust a street snitch before he'd trust Pounds. There was always the spoken motive and the hidden motive. It seemed that this time the lieutenant was doing one of his routine dances, speaking in elliptical phrases, trying to get Bosch to bite on the hook. "A problem?" Bosch finally asked. A good, non-committal reply. "Well, I take it you saw the paper today, the Times story about your case?" "Yeah, I was just reading it." "Well, we got another note." "A note? What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about somebody dropping a note at the front desk. addressed to you. And damn if it doesn't sound like those notes you got from the Dollmaker back when all of that was going on." Bosch could tell Pounds was enjoying this, the stretching it out. "If it was addressed to me, how do you know about it?" "It wasn't mailed. No envelope. It was just one page folded over. Had your name on the fold. Somebody left it at the front desk. Somebody there read it. You can figure it from there." "What does it say?" "Well, you're not going to like this, Harry. The timing is god-awful, but the note says... It says basically that you got the wrong guy, that the Dollmaker is still out there. The writer says he's the real Dollmaker, and that the body count continues. Says you killed the wrong guy." "Is bullshit. The Dollmaker's letters were carried in the paper, in Bremer's book on the case. Anybody could pick up the style and write a note. You take me for a moron, Bosch? I know anybody could have written this, but so did the writer know that. So to prove his point, he included a little treasure map, I guess you'd call it. Directions to another victim's body." A long silence filled the line while Bosch thought, and Pounds waited. "And so?" "And so, I sent Edgar out to the location this morning. You remember Bing's on Western?" "Bing's?" "Yeah, south of the boulevard. Bing's, a pool hall. Wasn't that one of... Didn't that place go down in the riots?" "Right. Complete burnout. They looted and torched the place. Just the slab and 3 walls left standing. There's a city demolition order against it, but the owner hasn't acted yet. Anyway, that's the spot, according to this note we got. Note says she was buried under the floor slab. Edgar went out there with a city crew, jackhammers, the works." Pounds was dragging it out. What a petty asshole, Bosch thought. This time he would wait longer. And when the silence grew nervously long, Pounds finally spoke. "He found a body, just like the note said he would, beneath the concrete. He found a body. That..." "How old is it?" "Don't know yet, but it's old. That's why I'm calling. I need you to go out there during the lunch break and see what you can make of this. You know, is it legit as a Dollmaker victim, or is some other wacko jerking us off? You're the expert. You could go out there when the judge breaks for lunch. I'll meet you there, and you'll be back in time for openers." Bosch felt numb. He already needed another cigarette. He tried to place all of what Pounds had just said into some semblance of order. The Dollmaker, Norman Church, had been dead 4 years now. There had been no mistake. Bosch knew that night. He still knew it in his guts today. Church was the Dollmaker. "So this note just appeared at the desk?" "Desk sergeant found it on the front counter about 4 hours ago. Nobody saw anybody leave it. You know, a lot of people come through the front in the mornings. Plus, we had changed a shift. I had Meehan go up and talk to the desk uniforms. Nobody remembers jack shit about it until they found it." "Shit. Read it to me." "Can't. SID has it. Doubt there'll be any lifts, but we have to go through the motions. I'll get a copy and have it with me at the scene, okay?" Bosch didn't answer. "I know what you're thinking, but let's hold our horses till we see what is out there. No reason to worry yet. Might be some stunt cooked up by that lawyer, Chandler. Wouldn't put it past her. She's the type. She'd do anything to nail another LAPD scalp to the wall. Likes seeing her name in the paper." "What about the media? They heard about this yet?" "We've gotten a few calls about a body being found. They must have gotten it off the coroner's dispatch freak. We've been staying off the air. Anyway, nobody knows about the note or the Dollmaker tie-in. They just know there's a body. The idea of it being found under the floor of one of the riot burnouts is sexy, I guess. Anyway, we have to keep the Dollmaker part under our hat for the time being. Unless, of course, whoever wrote it also sent copies out to the media. If he did that, we'll hear about it by the end of the day." "How could he bury her under the slab of a pool hall?" "The whole building wasn't a pool hall. There were storage rooms in the back. Before it was Bing's, it was a studio prop house. After Bings took the front, they rented out sections in the back for storage. This is all from Edgar. He got the owner out there. The killer must have had one of the rooms, broke through the existing slab, and put this girl's body in there. Anyway, it all got burned down in the riots. But the fire didn't hurt the slab. This poor girl's body has been down in there through all of that. Edgar said it looks like a mummy or something.
Bosch saw the door to courtroom 4 open, and members of the Church family came out, followed by their lawyer. They were breaking for lunch. Deborah Church and her 2 teenage daughters did not look at him, but Honey Chandler, known by most cops and others in the federal courts building as Money Chandler, stared at him with killer eyes as she passed. They were as dark as burnt mahogany and set against a tanned face with a strong jawline. She was an attractive woman with smooth gold hair. Her figure was hidden in the stiff lines of her blue suit. Bosch could feel the animosity from the group wash over him like a wave.
Bosch, you still there?
Yeah. It looks like we just broke for lunch.
Good. Then head over there and I'll meet you. I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but I hope it's just another wacko. For your sake, it might be best.
Right. As Bosch was hanging up, he heard Pounds's voice and brought the phone back to his ear.
One more thing. If the media shows up out there, leave them to me. However this turns out, you shouldn't be formally involved in this new case because of the litigation stemming from the old. We are just having you out there as an expert witness, so to speak.
Right.
See you there.
2. Bosch took Wilshire out of downtown and cut up to 3rd after he made it through what was left of MacArthur Park. Turning north on Western, he could see up on the left the grouping of patrol cars, detective cars, and the crime scene and coroner's vans. In the distance, the Hollywood sign hung over the northern view, its letters barely legible in the smog. Bing's was 3 blackened walls cradling a pile of charred debris. No roof, but the uniforms had hung a blue plastic tarp over the top of the rear wall and strung it to the chain-link fence that ran along the front of the property. Bosch knew it hadn't been done because the investigators wanted shade where they worked. He leaned forward and looked up through the windshield. He saw them up there, circling. The city's carrion birds, the media helicopters. As Bosch pulled to a stop at the curb, he saw a couple of city workers standing next to an equipment truck. They had sick looks on their faces and dragged hard and deep on cigarettes. Their jackhammers were on the ground near the back of the truck. They were waiting, hoping that their work here was done. On the other side of their truck, Pounds was standing next to the coroner's blue van. It looked as though he was composing himself, and Bosch saw that he shared the same sick expression with the civilians. Though Pounds was commander of Hollywood detectives, including the homicide table, he had never actually worked homicide himself. Like many of the department's administrators, his climb up the ladder was based on test scores and brown-nosing, not experience. It always pleased Bosch to see someone like Pounds get a dose of what real cops dealt with every day. Bosch looked at his watch before getting out of his caprice. He had 1 hour before he had to be back in court for openers. "Harry," Pounds said as he walked up, "glad you made it." "Always glad to check out another body, Lieutenant." Bosch slipped off his suit coat and put it inside his car on the seat. Then he moved to the trunk and got out a baggy blue jumpsuit and put it on over his clothes. It would be hot, but he didn't want to come back into court covered with dirt and dust. "Good idea," Pounds said. "Wish I had brought my stuff." But Bosch knew he didn't have any stuff. Pounds ventured to a crime scene only when there was a good chance TV would show up and he could give a soundbite. And it was only TV he was interested in, not print media. You had to make sense for more than 2 sentences in a row with a newspaper reporter, and then your words became attached to a piece of paper and were there all the next day and possibly forever to haunt you. It wasn't good department politics to talk to the print media, TV was a more fleeting and less dangerous thrill. Bosch headed toward the blue tarp. Beneath it, he saw the usual gathering of investigators. They stood next to a pile of broken concrete and along the edge of a trench dug into the concrete pad that had been the building's foundation. Bosch looked up as one of the TV helicopters made a low flyover. They wouldn't get much usable video with the tarp hiding the scene. They were probably dispatching ground crews now. There was still a lot of debris in the building's shell. Charred ceiling beams and timber, broken concrete block, and other rubble. Pounds caught up with Bosch, and they began carefully stepping through to the gathering beneath the tarp. "They'll bulldoze this and make another parking lot," Pounds said. "That's all the riots gave the city, about 1,000 new parking lots. You want to park in South Central these days? No problem. You want a bottle of soda or to put gas in your car? Then you got a problem. They burned every place down. You drive through the South Side before Christmas? They got Christmas tree lots every block, all the open space down there. I still don't understand why those people burn their own neighborhoods." Bosch knew that the fact people like Pounds didn't understand why those people did what they did was one reason they did it, and would have to do it again someday. Bosch looked at it as a cycle. Every 25 years or so, the city had its soul torched by the fires of reality. But then it drove on, quickly without looking back, like a hit and run. Suddenly, Pounds went down after slipping on the loose rubble. He stopped his fall with his hands and jumped up quickly, embarrassed. "Damn it!" he cried out, and then, though Bosch hadn't asked, he added, I'm okay." He quickly used his hand to carefully smooth back the strands of hair that had slipped off his balding cranium. He didn't realize that he was smearing black char from his hand across his forehead as he did this, and Bosch didn't tell him. They finally picked their way to the gathering. Bosch walked toward his former partner, Jerry Edgar, who stood with a couple of investigators Harry knew, and 2 women he didn't. The women wore green jumpsuits, the uniform of the coroner's body movers. Minimum wage earners who were dispatched from death scene to death scene in the blue van, picking up the bodies and taking them to the icebox. "Where you at, Harry?" Edgar said. "Right here." Edgar had just been to New Orleans for the Blues Festival and had somehow come back with the greeting. He said it so often it had become annoying. Edgar was the only one in the detective bureau who didn't realize this. Edgar was the standout amidst the group. He was not wearing a jumpsuit like Bosch. In fact, he never did because they wrinkled his Nordstrom suits. And somehow had managed to make his way into the crime scene area without getting so much as a trace of dust on the pants cuffs of his gray double-breasted suit. The real estate market, Edgar's one-time lucrative outside gig, had been in the shithouse for 3 years, but Edgar still managed to be the sharpest dresser in the division. Bosch looked at Edgar's pale blue silk tie, knotted tightly at the black detective's throat, and guessed that it might have cost more than his own shirt and tie combined. Bosch looked away and nodded to Art Donovan, the SID crime scene tech, but said nothing else to the others. He was following protocol. As at any murder scene, a carefully orchestrated and incestuous caste system was in effect. The detectives did most of the talking amongst themselves or to the SID tech. The uniforms didn't speak unless spoken to. The body movers, the lowest on the totem pole, spoke to no one except the coroner's tech. The coroner's tech said little to the cops. He despised them because in his view they were whiners, always needing this or that, the autopsy done, the tox tests done, all of it done by yesterday. Bosch looked into the trench they stood above. The jackhammer crew had broken through the slab and dug a hole about 8 feet long and 4 feet deep. They had then excavated sideways into a large formation of concrete that extended 3 feet below the surface of the slab. There was a hollow in the stone. Bosch dropped to a crouch so he could look closer and saw that the concrete hollow was the outline of a woman's body. It was as if it were a mold into which plaster could be poured to make a cast, maybe to manufacture a mannequin. But it was empty inside. "Where's the body?" Bosch asked. "They took what was left out already," Edgar said. "It's in the bag in the truck. We're trying to figure out how to get this piece of the slab out of here in one piece." Bosch looked silently into the hollow for a few moments before standing back up and making his way back out from beneath the tarp. Larry Sakai, the coroner's investigator, followed him to the coroner's van and unlocked and opened the back door. Inside the van it was sweltering, and the smell of Sakai's breath was stronger than the odor of industrial disinfectant. "I figured they'd call you out here," Sakai said. "Oh yeah? Why's that?" "'Cause it looks like the fucking Dollmaker, man." Bosch said nothing, so as not to give Sakai any indication of confirmation. Sakai had worked some of the Dollmaker cases 4 years earlier. Bosch suspected he was responsible for the name the media attached to the serial killer. Someone had leaked details of the killer's repeated use of makeup on the bodies to one of the anchors at Channel 4. The anchor christened the killer the Dollmaker. After that, the killer was called that by everybody, even the cops. But Bosch always hated that name. It said something about the victims as well as the killer. It depersonalized them, made it easier for the Dollmaker stories that were broadcast to be entertaining instead of horrifying. Bosch looked around the van. There were 2 gurneys and 2 bodies. One filled the black bag completely, the unseen corpse having been heavy in life or bloated in death. He turned to the other bag, the remains inside barely filling it. He knew this was the body taken from the concrete. "Yeah, this one," Sakai said. "This other's stebbing up on Lancashire. North Hollywood's working it. We were coming in when we got the dispatch on this one." That explained how the media caught on so quickly, Bosch knew. The coroner's dispatch frequency played in every newsroom in the city. He studied the smaller body bag a moment, and without waiting for Sakai to do it, he yanked open the zipper on the heavy black plastic. It unleashed a sharp, musty smell that was not as bad as it could have been had they found the body sooner. Sakai pulled the bag open, and Bosch looked at the remains of a human body. The skin was dark and like leather stretched taut over the bones. Bosch was not repulsed because he was used to it, and had the ability to become detached from such scenes. He sometimes believed that looking at bodies was his life's work. He had ID'd his mother's body for the cops when he wasn't yet 12 years old. He had seen countless dead in Vietnam, and in nearly 20 years with the cops, the bodies had become too many to put a number to. It had left him, most times, as detached from what he saw as a camera. As detached, he knew, as a psychopath. The woman in the bag had been small, Bosch could tell, but the deterioration of tissue and shrinkage made the body seem even smaller than it had certainly been in life. What was left of the hair was shoulder length and looked as if it had been bleached blonde. Bosch could see the powdery remains of makeup on the skin of the face. His eyes were drawn to the breasts because they were shockingly large in comparison to the rest of the shrunken corpse. They were full and rounded, and the skin was stretched taut across them. It somehow seemed to be the most grotesque feature of the corpse because it was not as it should have been. "Implants," Sakai said. "They don't decompose. You could probably take them out and resell them to the next stupid chick that wants them. We could start a recycling program." Bosch didn't say anything. He was suddenly depressed at the thought of the woman, whoever she was, doing that to her body to somehow make herself more appealing, and then to end up this way. Had she only succeeded, he wondered, in making herself appealing to her killer? Sakai interrupted his thoughts. "If the Dollmaker did this, that means she's been in the concrete at least 4 years, right? So if that's the case, Decomp isn't that bad for that length of time. Still got the hair, eyes, some internal tissues. We'll be able to work with it. Last week, I picked up a piece of work. A hiker they found out in Soledad Canyon. They figured it was a guy went missing last summer. Now he was nothing but bones. Of course, out in the open like that, you got the animals. You know, they come in through the ass. It's the softest entry, and the animals... I know, Sakai. Let's stay on this one. Anyway, with this woman, the concrete apparently slowed things down for us. Sure didn't stop it. Yeah, but it slowed it down. It must have been like an airtight tomb in there. You people going to be able to establish just how long she's been dead? Probably not from the body. We get her ID'd, then you people might find out when she went missing. That'll be the way. Bosch looked at the fingers. They were dark sticks almost as thin as pencils. What about prints? We'll get 'em, but not from those. Bosch looked over and saw Sakai smiling. What? She left them in the concrete? Sakai's glee was smashed like a fly. Bosch had ruined his surprise. Yeah, that's right. She left an impression, you could say. Yeah, we're going to get prints, maybe even a mold of her face if we can get what's left of that slab out of there. Whoever mixed this concrete used too much water, made it very fine. That's a break for us. We'll get the prints. Bosch leaned over the gurney to study the knotted strip of leather that was wrapped around the corpse's neck. It was thin, black leather, and he could see the manufacturer's seam along the edges. It was a strap cut away from a purse, like all the others. He bent closer, and the cadaver's smell filled his nose and mouth. The circumference of the leather strap around the neck was small, maybe about the size of a wine bottle, small enough to be fatal. He could see where it had cut into the now darkened skin and choked away life. He looked at the knot, a slip knot pulled tight on the right side with the left hand. Like all the others, Church had been left-handed. There was one more thing to check, the signature, as they had called it. No clothes? Shoes? Nothing. Like the others, remember? Open it all the way. I want to see the rest. Sakai pulled the zipper on the black bag down all the way to the feet. Bosch was unsure if Sakai knew of the signature, but was not going to bring it up. He leaned over the corpse and looked down, acting as if he was studying everything when he was only interested in the toenails. The toes were shriveled, black, and cracked. The nails were cracked, too, and completely missing from a few toes. But Bosch saw the paint on the toes that were intact. Hot pink, dulled by decomposition fluids, dust, and age. And on the large toe on the right foot, he saw the signature. What was still left of it, to be seen. A tiny white cross had been carefully painted on the nail. The Dollmaker's sign. It had been there on all the bodies. Bosch could feel his heart pounding loudly. He looked around the van's interior and began to feel claustrophobic. The first sense of paranoia was poking into his brain. His mind began churning through the possibilities. If this body matched every known specification of a Dollmaker kill, then Church was the killer. If Church was this woman's killer and is now dead himself, then who left the note at the Hollywood station front desk? He straightened up and took in the body as a whole for the first time. Naked and shrunken, forgotten. He wondered if there were others out there in the concrete, waiting to be discovered. "Close it," he said to Sakai. "It's him, isn't it? The Dollmaker." Bosch didn't answer. He climbed out of the van, pulled the zipper on his jumpsuit down a bit to let in some air. "Hey, Bosch," Sakai called from inside the van. "I'm just curious, how'd you guys find this? If the Dollmaker is dead, who told you where to look?" Bosch didn't answer that one either. He walked slowly back underneath the tarp. It looked like the others still hadn't figured out what to do about removing the concrete the body had been found in. Edgar was standing around trying not to get dirty. Bosch signaled to him and Pounds, and they gathered together at a spot to the left of the trench, where they could talk without being overheard. "Well?" Pounds asked. "What have we got?" "It looks like Church's work," Bosch said.
"Shit," Edgar said.
"How can you be sure?" Pounds asked. "From what I can see, it matches every detail followed by the Dollmaker, including the signature. It's there."
"The signature?" Edgar asked.
"The white cross on the toe. We held that back during the investigation, cut deals with all the reporters not to put it out."
"What about a copycat?" Edgar offered hopefully.
"Could be. The white cross was never made public until after we closed the case. After that, Bremer over at the Times wrote that book about the case. It was mentioned." "So we have a copycat," Pounds pronounced. "It all depends on when she died," Bosch said. "His book came out a year after Church was dead. If she got killed after that, you probably got a copycat. If she got put in that concrete before, then I don't know."
"Shit," said Edgar.
Bosch thought a moment before speaking again. "We could be dealing with one of a lot of different things. There's the copycat. Or maybe Church had a partner and we never saw it. Or maybe I popped the wrong guy. Maybe whoever wrote this note we got is telling the truth." That hung out there in the momentary silence like dog shit on the sidewalk. Everybody walks carefully around it without looking too closely at it. "Where's the note?" Bosch finally said to Pounds. "In my car, I'll get it." "What do you mean, he may have had a partner?" "I mean, say Church did do this, then where'd the note come from, since he is dead? It would obviously have to be someone who knew he did it and where he had hidden the body. If that's the case, who is this second person? A partner? Did Church have a killing partner we never knew about?"
"Remember the hillside strangler?" Edgar asked. "Turned out it was stranglers, plural. 2 cousins with the same taste for killing young women."
Pounds took a step back and shook his head as if to ward off a potentially career-threatening case. "What about Chandler, the lawyer?" Pounds said. "Say Church's wife knows where he buried bodies. Literally. She tells Chandler, and Chandler hatches this scheme. She writes a note like the Dollmaker and drops it off at the station. It's guaranteed to fuck up your case." Bosch replayed that one in his mind. It seemed to work. Then he saw the fault lines. He saw that they ran through all the scenarios. But why would Church bury some bodies and not others? The shrink who advised the task force back then said there was a purpose to his displaying of the victims. He was an exhibitionist. Toward the end, after the 7th victim, he started dropping the notes to us in the newspaper. It doesn't make sense that he'd leave some of the bodies to be found and some buried in concrete.
"True," Pounds said. "I like the copycat," Edgar said.
"But why copy someone's whole profile right down to the signature and then bury the body?" Bosch asked. He wasn't really asking them. It was a question he'd have to answer himself. They stood there in silence for a long moment, each man beginning to see that the most plausible possibility might be that the Dollmaker was still alive. "Whoever did it, why the note?" Pounds said. He seemed very agitated. "Why would he drop us the note? He got in the way." "Because he wants attention," Bosch said, "like the Dollmaker got, like this trial is going to get." The silence came back then for a long moment. "The key," Bosch finally said, "is IDing her, finding out how long she's been in the concrete. We'll know then what we've got."
"So what do we do?" Edgar said.
"I'll tell you what we do," Pounds said. "We don't say a damn thing about this to anyone. Not yet. Not until we are absolutely sure of what we've got. We wait on the autopsy and the ID. We find out how long this girl's been dead and what she was doing when she disappeared. I'll make a call on which way to go after that. Meantime, say nothing. If this is misconstrued, it could be very damaging to the department. I see some of the media is already here, so I'll handle them. No one else is to talk. We clear?" Bosch and Edgar nodded, and Pounds went off, slowly moving through the debris toward a knot of reporters and cameramen who stood behind the yellow tape the uniforms had put up. Bosch and Edgar stood silent for a few moments, watching him go. "I hope he knows what the hell he is saying," Edgar said. "Does inspire a lot of confidence, doesn't he?" Bosch replied. "Oh, yeah." Bosch walked back over to the trench, and Edgar followed. "What are you going to do about the impression she left in the concrete?" "The jackhammers don't think it's movable. They said whoever mixed the concrete she was put in didn't follow the directions too well, used too much water and small-grained sand. It's like plaster of Paris. We try to lift the whole thing out in one piece, it'll crumble under its own weight." "So?" "Donovan's mixing plaster. He's going to make a mold of the face. On the hand, we only got the left. The right side crumbled when we dug in. Donovan's going to try using rubber silicone. He said it's the best chance of pulling out a mold with prints." Bosch nodded. For a few moments he watched Pounds talking to the reporters and saw the first thing worth smiling about all day. Pounds was on camera, but apparently none of the reporters had told him about the dirt smeared across his forehead. He lit a cigarette and turned his attention back to Edgar. "So, this area here was all storage rooms for rent?" he asked. "That's right. The owner of the property was here a little while ago, said that all this area back in here was partitioned storage, individual rooms. The Dollmaker, the killer, whoever the fuck it was, could have had one of the rooms and had his privacy to do what he wanted. The only problem would be the noise he made breaking up the original flooring. But it could have been night work. Owner said most people didn't come back into the storage area at night. People who rented the rooms got a key to an exterior door off the alley. The perp could have come in and done the whole job in one night." The next question was obvious, so Edgar answered before Bosch asked. "The owner can't give us the name of the renter. Not for sure, at least. The records went up in the fire. His insurance company made settlements with most people that filed claims, and we'll get those names. But he said there were a few who never made a claim after the riots. He just never heard from them again. He can't remember all the names, but if one was our guy, then it was probably an alias anyway. Leastwise, if I was going to rent a room and dig through the floor to bury a body, you wouldn't find me giving no real name." Bosch nodded and looked at his watch. He had to get going soon. He realized that he was hungry and probably wouldn't get the chance to eat. Bosch looked down at the excavation and noticed the delineation of color between the old and newer concrete. The old slab was almost white. The concrete the woman had been encased in was a dark gray. He noticed a small piece of red paper protruding from a gray chunk at the bottom of the trench. He dropped down into the excavation and picked the chunk up. It was about the size of a softball. He pounded it on the old slab until it broke apart in his hand. The paper was part of a crumpled and empty Marlboro cigarette package. Edgar pulled a plastic evidence bag from his suit pocket and held it open for Bosch to drop the discovery in. "It's got to have been put in with the body," he said. "Good catch." Bosch climbed out of the trench and looked at his watch again. It was time to go. "Let me know if you get the ID," he said to Edgar. He dumped his jumpsuit back in the trunk and lit a fresh cigarette. He stood next to his Caprice and watched Pounds, who was wrapping up his skillfully planned, impromptu press conference. Harry could tell by the cameras and the expensive clothes that most of the reporters were from TV. He saw Bremer, the Times guy, standing at the edge of the pack. Bosch hadn't seen him in a while and noticed he had put on weight and a beard. Bosch knew that Bremer was standing on the periphery of the circle waiting for the TV questions to end so he could hit Pounds with something solid that would take some thought to answer. Bosch smoked and waited for 5 minutes before Pounds was done. He was risking being late for court, but he wanted to see the note. When Pounds was finally done with the reporters, he signaled Bosch to follow him to his car. Bosch got in the passenger side, and Pounds handed him a photocopy. Harry studied the note for a long time. It was written in the recognizable printed scrawl. The analyst in suspicious documents had called the printing Philadelphia block style, and had concluded that its right-to-left slant was the result of its being the work of an untrained hand, possibly a left-handed person printing with his right hand.
Newspaper says the trial's just begun. A verdict to return on the Dollmaker's run. A bullet from Bosch fired straight and true. But the Dolls should know me work's not through. On Western is the spot where my heart doth sings, when I think of the dolly laid beneath at Bing's. Too bad, good Bosch, a bullet of bad aim, years gone past, and I'm still in the game.
Bosch knew style could be copied, but something about the poem ground into him. It was like the others. The same bad schoolboy rhymes, the same semi-literate attempt at high-flown language. He felt confusion and a tugging in his chest. It's him, he thought. It's him. 3.
Ladies and gentlemen,
U.S. District Judge Alva Keyes intoned as he eyed the jury,
we begin the trial with what we call opening statements by the attorneys. Mind you, these are not to be construed by you as evidence. These are more or less blueprints, roadmaps, if you will, of the route each attorney wants to take with his or her case. You do not consider them evidence. They may make some highfalutin allegations, but just because they say it doesn't make it true. After all, they're liars.
This brought a polite titter of laughter from the jury and the rest of courtroom 4. With his southern accent, it sounded as if the judge had said liars, which added to the glee. Even Money Chandler smiled. Bosch looked around from his seat at the defense table and saw that the public seats in the huge wood-paneled courtroom with 20-foot ceilings were about half full. In the front row on the plaintiff's side were 8 people who were Norman Church's family members and friends, not counting his widow, who sat up at the plaintiff's table with Chandler. There were also about a half-dozen courthouse hangers-on, old men with nothing better to do but watch the drama in other people's lives, plus an assortment of law clerks and students who probably wanted to watch the great Honey Chandler do her thing, and a group of reporters with their pens poised over their pads. Openers always made a story, because, as the judge had said, the lawyers could say anything they wanted. After today, Bosch knew, the reporters would drop in from time to time, but there probably wouldn't be many other stories until closing statements and a verdict, unless something unusual happened. Bosch looked directly behind him. There was nobody in the benches back there. He knew Sylvia Moore would not be there. They had agreed on that before. He didn't want her seeing this. He had told her it was just a formality, part of the cop's burden to be sued for doing his job. He knew the real reason he didn't want her here was because he had no control over this situation. He had to sit there at the defense table and let people take their best shots. Anything could come up, and probably would. He didn't want her watching that. He wondered now if the jury would see the empty seats behind him in the spectators' gallery and think that maybe he was guilty because no one had come to show support. When the murmur of laughter died down, he looked back at the judge. Judge Keyes was impressive up there on the bench. He was a big man who wore the black robe well, his thick forearms and big hands folded in front of his barrel chest, giving a sense of reserved power. His balding and sun-reddened head was large and seemed perfectly round, trimmed around the edges with gray hair and suggesting the organized storage of a massive amount of legal knowledge and perspective. He was a transplanted Southerner who had specialized in civil rights cases as a lawyer and had made a name for himself by suing the LAPD for its disproportionate number of cases in which black citizens died after being put in chokeholds by officers. He had been appointed to the federal bench by President Jimmy Carter, right before he was sent back to Georgia. Judge Keyes had been ruling the roost in courtroom 4 ever since. Bosch's lawyer, Deputy City Attorney Rod Belk, had fought like hell during pre-trial stages to have the judge disqualified on procedural ground and to get another judge assigned to the case, preferably a judge without a background as a guardian of civil rights. But he had failed. However, Bosch was not as upset by this as Belk. He realized that Judge Keyes was cut from the same legal cloth as plaintiff's attorney Honey Chandler, suspicious of police, even hateful at times, but Bosch sensed that beyond that, he was ultimately a fair man. And that's all Bosch thought he needed to come out okay, a fair shot at the system. After all, he knew in his heart his actions at the apartment in Silver Lake were correct. He had done the right thing. "It will be up to you," the judge was saying to the jury, "to decide if what the liars say is proven during trial. Remember that. Now, Miss Chandler, you go first." Honey Chandler nodded at him and stood up. She moved to the lectern that stood between the plaintiffs and the defense tables. Judge Keyes had set the strict guidelines earlier. In his courtroom, there was no moving about, no approaching the witness stand or jury box by lawyers. Anything said out loud by a lawyer was said from the lectern between the tables. Knowing the judge's strict demand for compliance to his guidelines, Chandler even asked his permission before turning the heavy mahogany altar at an angle so she would face the jury while speaking. The judge sternly nodded his approval. "Good afternoon," she began. "The judge is quite right when he tells you that this statement is nothing more than a roadmap." Good strategy, Bosch thought from the cellar of cynicism from which he viewed this whole case. Pander to the judge with your first sentence. He watched Chandler as she referred to the yellow legal pad she had put down on the lectern. Bosch noticed that over the top button of her blouse was a large pin with a round, black onyx stone set in it. It was flat and as dead as a shark's eye. She had her hair pulled severely back and braided in a no-nonsense style behind her head. But one tress of hair had come loose, and it helped affect the image of a woman not preoccupied with her looks, but totally focused on the law, on the case, on the heinous miscarriage of justice perpetrated by the defendant. Bosch believed she probably pulled the hair loose on purpose. As he watched her start, Bosch remembered the thud he had felt in his chest when he heard she was the lawyer for Church's wife. To him, it was far more disturbing than learning Judge Keyes had been assigned the trial. She was that good. That was why they called her Money. "I would like to take you down the road a piece," Chandler said, and Bosch wondered if she was even developing a Southern accent now. "I just want to highlight what our case is about and what we believe the evidence will prove. It is a civil rights case. It involves the fatal shooting of a man named Norman Church at the hands of the police." She paused here, not to look at her yellow pad, but for effect, to gather all attention to what she would say next. Bosch looked over at the jury, 5 women and 7 men. 3 blacks, 3 Latinos, 1 Asian, and 5 whites. They were looking at Chandler with rapt attention. "This case," Chandler said, "is about a police officer who wasn't satisfied with his job and the vast powers it gave him. This officer also wanted your job. And he wanted Judge Keyes's job, and he wanted the state's job of administering the verdicts and sentences set down by judges and juries. He wanted it all. This case is about Detective Harry Bosch, who you see sitting at the defendant's table." She pointed at Bosch while drawing out the word defendant. Belk immediately stood up and objected. "Miss Chandler does not need to point my client out to the jury or make sarcastic vocalizations. Yes, we are at the defense table. That's because this is a civil case, and in this country, anybody can sue anybody, even the family of a—" "Objection, Your Honor," Chandler shouted. "He is using his objection to further try to destroy the reputation of Mr. Church, who was never convicted of anything because—" "Enough!" Judge Keyes thundered. "Objection sustained. Miss Chandler, we don't need to point. We all know who we are. We also do not need inflammatory accent being placed on any words. Words are beautiful and ugly all on their own. Let them stand for themselves. As for Mr. Belk, I find it acutely annoying when opposing counsel interrupts opening statements or closing arguments. You will have your turn, sir. I would suggest that you not object during Miss Chandler's statement unless an egregious trespass on your client has occurred. I do not consider pointing at him worth the objection." "Thank you, Your Honor," Belk and Chandler said in unison. "Proceed, Miss Chandler. As I said in chambers this morning, I want opening statements done by the end of the day, and I have another matter at 4. "Thank you, Your Honor," she said again. Then, turning back to the jury, she said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we all need our police. We all look up to our police. Most of them, the vast majority of them, do a thankless job and do it well. The police department is an indispensable part of our society. What would we do if we could not count on police officers to serve and protect us? But that is not what this trial is about. I want you to remember that as the trial progresses. This is about what we would do if one member of that police force broke away from the rules and regulations, the policies that govern that police force. What we are talking about is called a rogue to her. "What did it cry?" Bosch asked patiently.
Praise.
Praise for what?
Jesus, our Savior, I would assume, but I don't know. That was all I received. I might receive more if I could touch the actual plaster cast of the...
Well, did this spirit that was giving praise identify itself? See, that's what we're doing here. We're more interested in a name than cries of praise.
Someday you will believe, but by then you will be lost.
She hung up on him. At 7:30, Bosch told Edgar he was splitting. "How about you? You gonna hang out for the 11 o'clock news?"
"Yeah, I'll be here, but I can handle it. If I get a lot of calls, I'll pull one of the dipshits off the desk."
Stock that OT, Bosch thought. "What's next?"
"I don't know. What do you think?"
"Well, aside from all the calls saying it's your mother, this porno thing seems to be the way to go."
"Leave my blessed mother out of it."
"I think I can check the porno. Administrative vice. Guy over there, Detective 3, named Ray Mora, he works porno. He's the best. He also was on the Dollmaker task force. Call him and see if he can come take a look at the face. He might have known her. Tell him we had one call saying her name was Maggie."
"Will do."
"It fits with the Dollmaker, doesn't it? The porno, I mean." "Yeah, it fits." He thought about this a moment, then added, "Two of the other victims were in the business. The one that got away from him was, too."
"The lucky one. She's still in it?"
"Last I heard. But she might be dead now, for all I know."
"Still, doesn't mean anything, Harry."
"What?"
"The porno. Still doesn't mean it was a Dollmaker. The real one, I mean."
Bosch just nodded. He had an idea about something to do on his way home. He went out to his Caprice and got the Polaroid camera out of the trunk. In the squad room, he took 2 shots of the face in the box and put them in his coat pocket after they developed. Edgar watched this and asked,
"What are you gonna do?"
"Might stop at that adult supermarket in the valley on my way up to Sylvia's."
"Don't get caught in one of those little rooms with your dick out."
"Thanks for the tip. Let me know what Mora says." Bosch worked his way on surface streets up to the Hollywood freeway. He went north and then exited on Lancashire, which took him into North Hollywood in the San Fernando Valley. He had all 4 windows down, and the air was cool as it buffeted him from all directions. He smoked a cigarette, flicking the ashes into the wind. There was some techno-funk jazz on KAJZ, so he turned the radio off and just drove. The valley was the city's bedroom community in more ways than the obvious. It was also home to the nation's pornography industry. The commercial industrial districts of Van Nuys, Canoga Park, Northridge, and Chatsworth housed hundreds of porno production outfits, distributors, and warehouses. Modeling agencies in Sherman Oaks provided 90% of the women and men who performed in front of the cameras. And, consequently, the valley was also one of the largest retail outlets for the material. It was made here, it was sold here, through video mail-order businesses also nestled in the warehouses with the production outfits, and places like X Marks the Spot on Lancashire Boulevard. Bosch pulled into the lot in front of the huge store and appraised it for a few moments. It had formerly been a pick-and-pay supermarket, but the front plate glass windows had been walled up. Under the red neon X Marks the Spot sign, the front wall was whitewashed and painted with black figures of naked and overly buxom female figures, like the metallic silhouettes Bosch saw all the time on the mud flaps of trucks on the freeway. The men who put those on their trucks were probably the same guys this place catered to, Bosch figured. X marks the spot was owned by a man named Harold Barnes, who was a front for the Chicago outfit. It grossed more than $1 million a year. On the books. Probably another one under the counter. Bosch knew all of this from Mora of Advice, whom he had partnered with on some nights while they both were on the task force 4 years earlier. Bosch watched a man of about 25 get out of his Toyota, walk quickly to the solid wood front door, and slip in like a secret agent. He followed. The front half of the former supermarket was dedicated to retail, the sale and rental of videos, magazines, and other assorted, adult-oriented, and mostly rubber products. The rear was split between private and counter rooms and private video booths. The entry to this area was through a curtained doorway. Bosch could hear heavy metal rock music coming from back there, mixed with the canned-sounding cries of phony passion coming from the video booths. To his left was a glass counter with 2 men behind it. One was a big man, there to keep the peace. The other was smaller, older, there to take the money. Bosch knew by the way they looked at him and the skin stretched tight around their eyes that they had made him as soon as he had come in. He walked over and put one of the Polaroids on the counter. "I am trying to ID her. Heard she worked in video. Do you recognize her?" The small guy leaned forward and looked while the other guy didn't move. "Looks like a fucking cake, man," the small guy said. "I don't know any cakes. I eat cakes." He looked back at the big guy and they exchanged clever smiles. "So you don't recognize her? What about you?" "I say what he says," the big guy said. "I eat cakes too." This time they laughed out loud and probably had to restrain themselves from exchanging a high five. The small guy's eyes sparkled behind rose-tinted glasses. "Okay," Bosch said. "Then I'll just look around. Thanks." The big guy stepped forward and said, "Just keep your gun covered, man. We don't want to excite the patrons." The big guy's eyes were dull, and he set out a 5-foot zone of body odor. A duster, Bosch thought. He wondered why the small guy didn't fire his ass. "No more excited than they are," Bosch said. He turned from the counter to the 2 walls of shelves that were lined with dozens of video boxes for sale or rent. There were a dozen men, including the secret agent, looking. Appraising the scene and the number of video boxes, Bosch somehow was reminded of how he once had read all the names on the Vietnam War memorial wall while on a case. It had taken several hours. The video wall proved to be less time-consuming. Skipping the gay and black performer videos, he scanned each box for a face like the Concrete Blondes or the name Maggie. The videos were in alphabetical order, and it took him nearly an hour to get to the T's. A face on the box of a video called Tale from the Crypt caught his eye. There was a nude woman lying in a coffin on the front. She was blonde and had an upturned nose like the plaster face in the box. He turned the box over, and there was another photo of the actress, on her hands and knees, with a man pressed up behind her. Her mouth was slightly open, and her face was turned back toward her sex partner. It was her, Bosch knew. He looked at the credits and saw that the name fit. He took the empty video box to the counter. "About time," said the small guy. "We don't allow loitering here. The cops give us a hard time on that." "I want to rent this." "Can't. It's already rented. See? The box is empty." "She in anything else you know of?" The small guy took the box and looked at the photographs. "Magna cum loudly, yeah. I don't know. She was just getting started and then dropped out. Probably married a rich guy, lots of them do." The big guy stepped over to look at the box, and Bosch stepped back, out of his odor zone. "I'm sure they do," he said. "What else was she in?" "Well," the small guy said, She had just made her way out of the loops and then she's gone. Tail was her first top billing. She did fabulous two-way in Whore of the Roses, and that's what got her started. Before that, it was just the loops. Bosch went back to the W's and found the box for Whore of the Roses. It also was empty, and there were no photos of Magna Cum Laude on it. Her name was last billing on the credits. He went back to the small guy and pointed to the Tale from the Crypt box. "What about the box, then? I'll buy it." "We can't sell you just the box, because then how do we display the video when it comes back? We don't sell many boxes here. Guys want stills, they buy magazines." "What's the price of the whole video? I'll buy it. When the renter brings it back, you can hold it for me and I'll come pick it up." "How much?" "Well, Tale is popular. We're going with a $39.95 price tag, but for you, officer, I'll give you our law enforcement discount. $50. Bosch said nothing to that. He had the cash and paid it. "I want a receipt." After the purchase was completed, the small guy put the video box in a brown paper bag. "You know," he said, "Maggie Cum Laude is still on a couple of our loops in the back. You might want to check it out." He smiled and pointed to a sign on the wall behind him. "We have a no-exchange policy, by the way." Bosch smiled back. "I'll check it out." "Hey, by the way, what name you want us to hold this video under when it comes back in?" "Carlo Pinzi." It was the name of the outfit's L.A. capo. "Very fucking funny, Mr. Pinzi. We'll do that." Bosch went through the curtain into the back rooms and was almost immediately met by a woman wearing high heels, a black G-string, and an ice cream man's coin changer on a belt. Nothing else. Her large, silicone-perfected breasts were dotted by unusually small nipples. Her dyed blonde hair was short, and she had too much makeup around her glassy brown eyes. She looked like she was either 19 or 35. "You want a private encounter or change for the video booths?" she asked. Bosch took out his now thin fold of cash and gave her $2 for quarters. "Can I keep $1 for myself? I don't get paid nothing, just tips." Bosch gave her another $1 and took his 8 quarters to one of the small curtained booths where the occupied light wasn't on. "Let me know if you need anything in there," the woman in the G-string called after him. She was either too stoned or too stupid, or both, not to have made him as a cop. Bosch waved her away and pulled the curtain shut behind him. The space he had was about the size of a phone booth. There was a glass viewing window through which he could see a video screen. Displayed on the screen was a directory of 12 different videos he could select from. It was all video now, though they were still called loops, after the 16mm film loops that ran over and over again in the first peep machines. There was no chair, but there was a small shelf with an ashtray and a Kleenex box on it. Used tissues were littered on the floor, and the booth smelled like the industrial disinfectant they used in the coroner's vans. He put all 8 quarters in the coin slot, and the video picture came on. It was 2 women on a bed, kissing and massaging each other. It took Bosch only a few seconds to eliminate them as possibly being the girl on the video box. He began pushing the channel button, and the picture jumped from coupling to coupling. Heterosexual, homosexual, bisexual, his eyes lingering only long enough to determine whether the woman he was looking for was there. She was on the 9th loop. He recognized her from the video box he had bought. Seeing her in motion also helped convince him that the woman who used the name Magna Cum Laude was the concrete blonde. In the video, she lay on a couch on her back, biting one of her fingers while a man knelt between her legs on the floor and rhythmically ground his hips into hers. Knowing this woman was dead, had died violently, and standing there, watching her submit to another kind of violence, affected him in a way he was unsure he even understood. Guilt and sorrow welled up as he watched. Like most cops, he had spent a stint in Vice. He had also seen some of the films of the two other adult film actresses who were killed by the Dollmaker, but this was the first time this uneasiness had hit him. On the video, the actress took the finger out of her mouth and began to moan loudly, living up to her billing. Bosch fumbled with the sound knob and turned it down, but he could still hear her. Her moans turned into shouts from videos in other booths. Other men were watching the same show. It made Bosch feel creepy, knowing the video had drawn the interest of different men for different reasons. The curtain behind him rustled, and he heard someone move behind him into the booth. At the same moment, he felt a hand move up his thigh to his crotch. He reached into his jacket for his gun as he turned, but then saw it was the coin changer. "What can I do for you, darling?" she cooed. He pushed her arm away from him. "You can start by getting out of here." "Come on, lover. Why look at it on TV when you can be doing it? $20. I can't go lower. I have to split it with the management." She was pressed against him now, and Bosch couldn't tell if it was his breath or hers that was lousy with cigarettes. Her breasts were hard, and she was pushing them against his chest. Then suddenly she froze. She had felt the gun. Their eyes held each other for a moment. "That's right," Bosch said. "If you don't want to go for a ride to the cage, get out of here." "No problem, officer," she said. She parted the curtain and was gone. Just then the screen went back to the directory. Bosch's $2 were up. As he walked out, he heard magna cum loudly yelling in false joy from the other booths. 8. On the ride on the freeway to the next valley, he tried to imagine that life. He wondered what hope she might still have had, and still nurtured and protected like a candle in the rain, even as she lay there on her back, with distant eyes turned toward the stranger inside her. Hope must have been the only thing she had left. Bosch knew that hope was the lifeblood of the heart. Without it, there was nothing, only darkness. He wondered how the two lives, killers and victims, had crossed. Maybe the seed of lust and murderous desire had been planted by the same loop Bosch had just seen. Maybe the killer had rented the video Bosch had just paid $50 for. Could it have been Church? Or was there another out there? The box, Bosch thought, and pulled off at the next exit, Van Nuys Boulevard in Pacoima. He pulled to the curb and took the video box out of the brown paper bag the small guy had provided. He turned the light on in the car and studied every surface of the box, reading every word. But there was no copyright date that would have told him when the tape was made, whether it had been made before or after Church's death. He got back on the Golden State, which took him north into the Santa Clarita Valley. After exiting on Bouquet Canyon Road, he wound his way through a series of residential streets, past a seemingly endless line of California custom homes. On Del Prado, he pulled to the curb in front of the house with the Rittenbaugh Realty sign out front. Sylvia had been trying to sell the house for more than a year, without luck. When he thought about it, Bosch was relieved. It kept him from facing a decision about what he and Sylvia would do next. Sylvia opened the door before he reached it. "Hey." "Hey." "What do you have?" "Oh, it's something from work. I've got to make a couple calls in a while." "Did you eat?" He bent down and kissed her and moved inside. She had on the gray t-shirt dress she liked to wear around the house after work. Her hair was loose and down to her shoulders, the blonde highlights catching the light from the living room. "Had a salad. You?" "Not yet. I'll fix a sandwich or something. I'm sorry about this. With the trial and now this new case, it's, well, you know." "It's okay.
I just miss you. I'm sorry about how I acted on the phone." She kissed him and held him. He felt at home with her. That was the best thing, that feeling. He had never had it before, and he would forget it at times when he was away from her. But as soon as he was back with her, it was there. She took him by the hand into the kitchen and told him to sit down while she made him a sandwich. He watched her put a pan on the stove and turn on the gas. Then she put 4 strips of bacon in the pan. While they cooked, she sliced a tomato and an avocado and laid out a bed of lettuce. He got up, took a beer from the fridge, and kissed her on the back of the neck. He stepped back, annoyed that the memory of the woman grabbing him in the booth intruded on the moment. Why had that happened? "What's the matter?" "Nothing." She put 2 slices of sunflower bread into the toaster and took the bacon out of the pan. A few minutes later, she put the sandwich in front of him at the table and sat down. "Who do you have to call?" "Jerry Edgar. Maybe a guy at Advice." "Advice? She was porno, this new victim?" Sylvia had once been married to a cop, and she made leaps of thought like a cop. Bosch liked that about her. "Think so. I have a line on her, but I've got court, so I want to give it to them." She nodded. He never had to tell her not to ask too much. She always knew just when to stop. "How was school today?" "Fine. Eat your sandwich. I want you to hurry up and make your calls because I want us to forget about court and school and your investigation. I want us to open some wine, light some candles, and get in bed." He smiled at her. They had fallen into such a relaxed life together. The candles were always her signal, her way of initiating their lovemaking. Sitting there, Bosch realized he had no signals. She initiated it almost every time. He wondered what that meant about him. He worried that maybe theirs was a relationship solely founded on secrets and hidden faces. He hoped not. "Are you sure nothing's wrong?" she asked. "You're really spaced." "Oh, I'm fine. This is good. Thank you." "Penny called tonight. She's got 2 people interested, so she's going to have an open house on Sunday." He nodded, still eating. "Maybe we could go somewhere for the day. I don't want to be here when she brings them through. We could even leave Saturday and go overnight somewhere. You could get away from all of this. Maybe Lone Pine would be good." "That sounds good, but let's see what happens." After she left the kitchen for the bedroom, Bosch called the bureau, and Edgar picked up. Bosch deepened his voice and said,
"Yeah, you know that thing you showed on TV? The one that got no name?" "Yes. Can you help us?" "Sure can."
Bosch covered his mouth with his hand to hold back the laughter. He realized he hadn't thought of a good punchline. His mind raced as he tried to decide what it should be.
"Well, who is it, sir?"
Edgar said impatiently.
It's who?" "It's our pounds in drag."
Bosch burst out laughing, and Edgar easily guessed who it was. It was stupid, not even funny, but they both laughed.
"Bosch, what do you want?"
It took him some time to stop laughing. He finally said, "Just checking in. Did you call Ray Mora?"
"Nah, I called over to Advice and they said he wasn't working tonight. I was going to talk to him tomorrow. How'd you do?"
"I think I've got a name. I'll give Mora a call at home so he can pull what they have on her first thing." He told Edgar the name and heard the other detective laugh.
"Well, at least it's original. What makes you think it's her?"
Bosch answered in a low voice in case his voice was carrying to the bedroom. "I saw a loop, and I have a box from a video with her picture on it. It looks like the plaster face you got. A little off on the wig, but I think it's her. I'll drop the box off on your desk on my way into court tomorrow."
"Cool."
Maybe Maura can get an early start on getting her real name and prints over to you. She probably had an adult entertainment license. All right if I call him?
That's cool. You know him.
They hung up. Bosch didn't have a home number for Maura. He called Detective Services and gave his name and badge number and asked to be put through. It took about 5 minutes, and then Maura answered after 3 rings. He seemed out of breath. It's Bosch. You got a minute?
Bosch. Yeah, Bosch, what's up, man?
How's business?
Still sucks.
He laughed at what Bosch guessed was an insider's joke.
Actually, it goes further down all the time. No pun intended. Video ruined it, Bosch. Made it too big. The industry got big, the quality got small. Nobody cares about quality anymore.
Maura was talking more like a supporter of the porno industry than a watchdog.
I miss the days when it was in those smoky theaters on Cahuenga and Highland. We had a better handle on things then. At least I did. So, how's court? I hear you guys caught another one that looks like the Dollmaker. What's going on with that? How could...
That's why I'm calling. I got a name. I think she was from your side of the tracks. The victim.
Give it to me.
Magna Cum Loudly. Maybe known as Maggie, too.
Yeah, I've heard that one. She was around a while ago, and then, you're right, she disappeared. Or dropped out.
Bosch waited for more. He thought he heard a voice in the background, in person or on TV, and Maura told him to hold on a minute. He couldn't make out what had been said, or whether it was a man or a woman. It made him wonder what Maura had been doing when he called. There were rumors floating around the department about Maura having gotten too close to the subject he was expert in. It was a common cop malady. Still, he knew Maura had successfully fended off any attempts to transfer him in the early years of his assignment. Now, he had so much expertise it would be ridiculous to move him. It would be like taking Oral Hershiser off the Dodgers pitching staff and putting him in the outfield. He was good at what he did. He had to be left there.
Harry? I don't know. I think she was around a couple years ago. What I'm saying is, if it's her, then it couldn't have been Church. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how that plays with what you got working on this.
Don't worry about it, Ray. If Church didn't do her, somebody else did. We still gotta get him.
Right. So, I'll get on it. By the way, how'd you make her?
Bosch told him about his visit to X Marks the Spot.
Yeah, I know them guys. The big one, that's Carlo Pinzi, the capo's nephew. Jimmy Pinzi. They call him Jimmy Pins. He may act big and dumb, but he's really the little guy Pinky's boss. Watches over the place for his uncle. The little one's called Pinky on account of those glasses he wears. Pinky and Pins. It's all an act. Anyway, they charge you about 40 beans too many for that video.
This is the end of disc number 3. Please insert disc number 4. This is disc number 4.
Yeah, I know them guys. The big one, that's Carlo Pinzi, the capo's nephew. Jimmy Pinzi. They call him Jimmy Pins. He may act big and dumb, but he's really the little guy Pinky's boss. Watches over the place for his uncle. The little one's called Pinky on account of those glasses he wears. Pinky and Pins. It's all an act. Anyway, they charge you about 40 beans too many for that video.
That's what I guessed. Oh, and I was going to ask you, there's no copyright on the video box. Would that be on the video, or is there any way I can figure out when this was made?
Usually they don't put the copyright on the box. Customers want fresh meat. So the players figure the customer sees a copyright on the box that's a couple years old, then they'll buy something else. It's a fast business. Perishable goods. So no dates. Sometimes they're not even on the video cartridge. Anyway, I got catalogs at the office going back 12 years. I can find a date, no problem.
Thanks, Ray. I might not make it by. A guy from the homicide table, Jerry Edgar, might come by to see you. I got court.
That's fine, Harry.
Bosch had nothing else to ask and was about to say goodbye when Maura spoke in the silence.
You know, I think about it a lot.
What?
The task force. I wish I hadn't taken off early that night and I was there with you. Who knows? Maybe we'd have gotten this guy alive.
Yeah.
Be no trial then. I mean, for you.
Bosch was silent as he looked at the picture on the back of the video box. The woman's face turned to the side, just like the plaster face. It was her. He felt sure of it. Ray, with only this name, magna cum laude, can you still get a real name, get prints?
Sure can. No matter what anybody thinks of the product, there is legit stuff and illegit stuff out there. This girl Maggie looks like she had graduated to the legit world. She was out of loops and that shit and was in mainstream adult video. That means she probably had an agent, had an adult entertainment license. They gotta get them to prove they're 18. So her license will have her real name on it. I can go through them and find her. They got their pictures on them. Might take me a couple of hours, but I can find her.
Okay, good. Will you do that in the morning, and if Edgar doesn't come by, get the prints to him at Hollywood Homicide?
Jerry Edgar. I'll do it.
Neither spoke for a few moments as they thought about what they were doing.
Hey, Harry?
Yeah?
The paper said that there was a new note. That true?
Yeah.
Is it legit? Did we fuck up?
I don't know yet, Ray. But I appreciate you saying we. A lot of people just want to point at me.
Yeah, listen, I ought to tell you, I got subpoenaed today by that money bitch.
It didn't surprise Bosch, since Maura had been on the Dollmaker task force. Don't worry about it. She's probably papered everybody who was on the task force.
Okay.
But try to keep this new stuff under your hat if you can.
As long as I can.
She's got to know what to ask before she can ask it. I'm just looking for some time to work with this, see what it means.
No problem, man. You and I both know the right guy went down. No doubt about that, Harry.
But saying it out loud like that put a doubt to it, Bosch knew. Maura was wondering the same things Bosch was. You need me to drop this video box off tomorrow so you know what she looks like before flipping through the files?
No, like I said, we got all sorts of catalogs. I'll just look up Tale from the Crypt and get it from there. If that don't work, I'll go through the agency books.
They hung up, and Bosch lit a cigarette, though Sylvia didn't like him doing it in the house. It wasn't that she had a problem with his smoking, but she thought potential buyers might be turned off if they thought it had been a smoker's house. He sat there alone for several minutes, peeling the label off the empty beer bottle and thinking about how quickly things could change. Believe something for 4 years, and then find out you might be wrong. He brought a bottle of Bueller's Zinfandel and 2 glasses into the bedroom. Sylvia was in bed, with the covers pulled up to her naked shoulders. She had a lamp on and was reading a book called Never Let Them See You Cry. Bosch walked to her side of the bed and sat down next to her. He poured out 2 glasses. They tapped them together and sipped. "To victory in court," she said. "Sounds good to me." They kissed. "Were you smoking out there again?" "Sorry." "Was it bad news, the calls?" "No, just bullshit." "You want to talk?" "Not now." He went into the bathroom with his glass and took a quick shower. The wine, which had been beautiful, tasted terrible after he brushed his teeth. When he came out, the reading light was out and the book put away. There were candles burning on both night tables and the bureau. They were in silver votive candle holders with crescent moons and stars cut out on the sides.
The flickering flames threw blurry, moving patterns on the walls and curtains and in the mirror, like a silent cacophony. She lay propped on 3 pillows, the covers off. He stood naked at the foot of the bed for a few moments, and they smiled at each other. She was beautiful to him, her body tan and almost girlish. She was thin, with small breasts and a small rounded stomach. Her chest was freckled from too many summer days at the beach while growing up. He was 8 years older and knew he looked it, but he was not ashamed of his physical appearance. At 43, he still had a flat stomach, and his body was still ropey with muscles. Muscles not created on machines, but by lifting the day-to-day weight of his life, his mission. His body hair was curiously going to gray at a much faster pace than the hair on his head. Sylvia often would kid him about this, accusing him of having dyed his hair, of having a vanity they both knew he did not have. When he climbed onto the bed next to her, she ran her fingers over his Vietnam tattoo and the scars a bullet had left on his right shoulder a few years earlier. She traced the surgery zipper the way she did every time they were together here. "I love you, Harry," she said. He rolled onto her and kissed her deeply, letting her taste of red wine and the feel of her warm skin take him away from worry and the images of violent ends. He was in the temple of home, he thought, but did not say. "I love you," he thought, but did not say. 9. For everything that had gone well for Bosch on Tuesday, the following morning provided a fresh undoing. The first disaster occurred in Judge Keyes's chambers, where he convened lawyers and clients after studying the note from the alleged Dollmaker in private for a half hour. His private reading had come after Belk had argued for an hour against the inclusion of the note in the trial. "I have read the note and considered the arguments," he said. "I cannot see how this letter, note, poem, whatever, can possibly be withheld from this jury. It is so on point to the thrust of Miss Chandler's case that it is the point. I'm not making any judgment on whether it's for real or from some crackpot. That will be for the jury to figure out, if they can. But because the investigation is still underway is no reason to withhold this. I am granting the subpoena, and, Ms. Chandler, you can introduce this at the appropriate time, provided you've put down the proper foundation." No pun intended. "Mr. Belk, your exception to this ruling will be noted for the record." "Your Honor?" Belk tried. "No, we'll have no more argument on it. Let's move on up to court." "Your Honor, we don't know who wrote this. How can you allow it into evidence when we don't have the slightest idea where it came from or who sent it?" "I know the ruling is a disappointment, so I'm allowing you some leeway as far as not coming down on you for that showing of your apparent disrespect for the wishes of this court. I said no more argument, Mr. Belk, so I'll go over this only one time. The fact that this note of unknown origin led directly to the discovery of a body bearing all the similarities of a Dollmaker victim is in itself a verification of some authenticity. This is no prank, Mr. Belk, no joke. There is something here, and the jury is going to see it. Let's go. Everybody out." Court had no sooner been called into session than the next debacle occurred. Belk, perhaps dazed by his defeat in chambers, waltzed into a trap Chandler had deftly set for him. Her first witness of the day was a man named Wieczorek, who testified that he knew Norman Church quite well and was sure he had not committed the 11 murders attributed to him. Wieczorek and Church had worked together for 12 years in the design lab, he said. Wazorek was in his 50s, with white hair trimmed so short his pink scalp showed through. "What makes you so confident in your belief that Norman was not a killer?" Chandler asked. "Well, for one thing, I know for a fact he didn't kill one of those girls, the 11th, because he was with me the whole time she was getting... whatever. He was with me. Then the police kill him and pin 11 murders on him. Well, I figure, if I know he didn't kill one of those girls, then they are probably lying about the rest. The whole thing is a cover-up for them killing—" "Thank you, Mr. Wazorek," Chandler said. "Just saying what I think." Belk stood and objected anyway, going to the lectern and whining that the entire answer was speculation. The judge agreed, but the damage was done. Belk strode back to his chair, and Bosch watched him leaf through a thick transcript of a deposition taken of Wazorek a few months earlier. Chandler asked a few more questions about where the witness and Church were on the night the 11th victim was murdered, and Wazorek answered that they were at his own apartment with 7 other men holding a bachelor party for a fellow employee from the lab. "How long was Norman Church at your apartment?" "The whole time of the party. I'd say from 9 o'clock on. We finished up after 2 in the morning. The police said that girl, the 11th one, went to some hotel at 1 and got herself killed. Norman was with me at 1 o'clock in the morning." "Could he have slipped away for an hour or so without you realizing it?" "No way. You're in a room with 8 guys, and you know if one mysteriously disappears for a half hour." Chandler thanked him and sat down. Belk leaned to Bosch and whispered, "I wonder what he's going to do with the new asshole I'm going to tear him." He got up, armed with the deposition transcript, and lumbered to the lectern as if he were lugging an elephant rifle. Wazorek, who wore thick glasses that magnified his eyes, watched him suspiciously. "Mr. Wazorek, do you remember me? Remember the deposition I took of you a few months back?" Belk held the transcript up as a reminder. "I remember you," Wazorek said. 95 pages, Mr. Wazorek. Nowhere in this transcript is there any mention of any bachelor party. Why is that?" "I guess because you didn't ask." "But you didn't bring it up, did you? The police are saying your best buddy murdered 11 women. You supposedly know that's a lie, but you don't say a thing. Is that right?" "Yeah, that's right." "Care to tell us why?" "Far as I was concerned, you were part of it. I only answered what I was asked. I wasn't volunteering nothing." "Let me ask you, did you ever tell the police this? Back then, back when Church was killed and all the headlines said he killed 11 women, ever pick up the phone one time and tell them they got the wrong guy?" "No. At the time, I didn't know. It was only when I read a book that came out on the case a couple years ago, and there were details in there about when that last girl got killed. Then I knew he was with me during the whole time. I called the police and asked for the task force, and they said it was disbanded long ago. I left a message for that fellow the book said was in charge, Lloyd, I think it was, and he never called me." Belk exhaled into the lectern's microphone, creating a loud sigh that indicated his weariness in dealing with this moron. "So, if I can recap, you are telling this jury that 2 years after the murders, when this book came out, you read it and immediately realized you had an ironclad alibi for your dead friend. Am I missing anything, Mr. Wazorek?" Just the part about suddenly realizing. It wasn't sudden." "Well, then what was it?" "Well, when I read the date, September 28th, it set me to thinking, and I just remembered that the bachelor party was on September 28th that year, and Norman was there at my house all that time. So then I verified it and called Norman's wife to tell her he wasn't what they said he was." You verified it. With the others at the party?
No, didn't have to.
Then how, Mr. Wazorek? Belk asked in an exasperated tone.
I looked at the video I had of that night. It had the date and time down in the corner of the frame.
Bosch saw Belk's face turn a lighter shade of pale. The lawyer looked at the judge, then down at his pad, then back up at the judge. Bosch felt his heart sink. Belk had broken the same cardinal rule Chandler had broken the day before. He had asked a question for which he didn't already know the answer. It didn't take a lawyer to know that since it was Belk who had drawn out mention of the videotape, Chandler was now free to explore it, to move to introduce the videotape as evidence. It had been a clever trap. Because it was new evidence from Wazorek, not contained in his deposition, Chandler would have had to inform Belk earlier if she planned to draw it out on direct examination. Instead, she had skillfully allowed Belk to blunder in and draw it out. He now stood there, defenseless, hearing it for the first time, along with the jurors.
Nothing further, Belk said, and returned to his seat with his head down.
He immediately pulled one of the law books on the table onto his lap and began paging through it. Chandler went to the lectern for redirect. Mr. Wazorek, this tape you mentioned to Mr. Belk, do you still have it?
Sure. Brought it with me.
Chandler then moved to have the tape shown to the jury. Judge Keyes looked at Belk, who lumbered slowly to the lectern.
Your Honor,
Belk managed to say, can defense have a 10-minute recess to research case law? The judge glanced at the clock.
It's a little early, isn't it, Mr. Belk? We just started.
Your Honor, Chandler said, the plaintiff has no objection. I'll need time to set up the video equipment.
Very well, the judge said. 10 minutes for counsel. The jury can take a 15-minute break and then report back to the assembly room.
While they stood for the jury, Belk was flipping pages in the heavy law book, and when it was time to sit down, Bosch pulled his chair close to his lawyer's. Not now, Belk said. I've got 10 minutes. You fucked up. No, we fucked up. We are a team. Remember that. Bosch left his teammate there while he went out to smoke a cigarette. When he got to the statue, Chandler was already there. He lit a smoke anyway and kept his distance. She looked at him and smirked. Bosch spoke. You tricked him, didn't you? Tricked him with the truth.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. She put a half-smoked cigarette in the sand of the ash can and said, I better get back in there and get the equipment set up. She smirked again. Bosch wondered if she was that good, or it was Belk who was that bad. Belk lost his half-hour argument to keep the tape from being introduced. He said that since it was not brought up during deposition, it was new evidence which the plaintiff could not submit at so late a date. Judge Keyes denied his claim, pointing out what everyone knew, that it had been Belk who had brought the tape to light. After the jury was brought back in, Chandler asked Wazorek several questions about the tape and where it had been for the last 4 years. After Keyes dismissed one more objection from Belk, she rolled a TV VCR combination to a position in front of the jury box and put in the tape, which Wazorek had retrieved from a friend sitting in the gallery. Bosch and Belk had to stand up and move into the gallery seats to get a view of the TV screen. As he made the move, Harry saw Bremer from the Times sitting in one of the back rows. He gave a small nod to Bosch. Harry wondered if he was there to cover the trial or because he was subpoenaed. The tape was long and boring, but was not continuous. It was stopped and started during the evening of the bachelor party, but the digital readout in the lower right corner kept the time and date. If it was correct, it was true that Church had an alibi for the last killing attributed to him.
It was dizzying for Bosch to watch. There was Church, no toupee, bald as a baby, drinking beer and laughing with his friends. The man Bosch had killed, toasting a friend's marriage, looking like the all-American nerd that Bosch knew he had not been. The tape lasted 90 minutes, climaxing with a visit from a telegram stripper who sang a song to the groom-to-be, dropping lingerie on his head as she removed each piece. In the video, Church seemed embarrassed to be seeing this, his eye more on the groom than on the woman. Bosch pulled his eyes from the screen to watch the jury, and he could see the tape was devastating to his defense. He looked away. After the tape was finished, Chandler had a few more questions for Wieczorek. They were questions Belk would have asked, but she was beating him to the punch. How is the date and time set on the video frame? Well, when you buy it, you set it. Then the battery keeps it going. Never had to fiddle with it after I bought it. But if you wanted to, you could put in any date you wanted, any time you wanted, correct? I suppose. So, say you were going to take a video of a friend to be used later as an alibi. Could you set the date back, say a year, and then take the video? Sure. Could you put a date on an already existing video? No. You can't superimpose a date over an existing video. Doesn't work that way. So, in this case, how could you do it? How could you make a phony alibi for Norman Church? Belk stood up and objected on the grounds that Wiezorek's answer would be speculation, but Judge Keyes overruled him, saying the witness had expertise with his own camera. Well, you couldn't do that now because Norman's dead, Wieczorek said. So what you are saying is that in order to make a phony tape, you would have to have conspired with Mr. Church to make it before he was killed by Mr. Bosch, correct? Yes. We'd have to have known that somewhere down the line he'd need this tape, and he'd have to have told me what date to set it on and so forth. So pretty far-fetched. Especially because you can pull the newspapers from that year and find a wedding announcement that says my friend got married September 30th. That'll show you that his bachelor party had to have been the 28th or thereabouts. It's not a phony. Judge Keyes agreed with Belk's objection to the last sentence as being non-responsive to the question and told the jury to disregard it. Bosch knew they didn't need to have heard it. They all knew the tape wasn't a phony. He did, too. He felt clammy and sick. Something had gone wrong, but he didn't know what. He wanted to get up and walk out, but he knew that to do so would be an admission of guilt so loud the walls would shake as if during an earthquake. One last question, Chandler said. Her face had become flushed as she rode this one to victory. Did you ever know Norman Church to wear a hairpiece of any kind? Never. I knew him a lot of years, and I never saw or heard of such a thing. Keyes turned the witness back over to Belk, who lumbered to the lectern without his yellow pad. He was apparently too flustered by this turnabout to remember to say just a few questions. Instead, he got right to his meager damage control effort. You say you read a book about the Dollmaker case and then discovered this tape's date matched one of the killings, is that right? That's right. Did you look into finding alibis for the other 10 murders? No, I didn't. So, Mr. Wieczorek, you have nothing to offer in terms of defending your longtime friend against these other cases, a task force of numerous officers connected to him. The tape put the lie to all of them. You're not answering the question? Yes, I am. You show the lie on one of the cases, it puts a lie to the whole shooting match, you ask me. We're not asking you, Mr. Wieczorek. Now, you said you never saw Norman Church wear a hairpiece, correct? That's what I said, yes. Did you know he kept that apartment, using a false name?
No, I did not. There was a lot you didn't know about your friend, wasn't there? I suppose. Do you suppose it is possible that just as he had that apartment without you knowing, that he occasionally wore a hairpiece without you knowing? I suppose. Now, if Mr. Church was the killer police claim him to be, and used disguises as police said the killer did, wouldn't it be— Objection, Chandler said. Expected that there would be something such— Objection! As a toupee in the apartment? Judge Keyes sustained Chandler's objection to Belk's question as seeking a speculative answer, and chastised Belk for continuing the question after the objection was lodged. Belk took the berating and said he had no further questions. He sat down, sweat lines gliding out of his hairline and running down his temples. Best you could do, Bosch whispered. Belk ignored it, took out a handkerchief, and wiped his face. After accepting the videotape as evidence, the judge broke for lunch. After the jury was out of the courtroom, a handful of reporters quickly moved up to Chandler. Bosch watched this and knew it was the final arbiter of how things were going. The media always gravitated to the winners, the perceived winners, the eventual winners. It's always easier to ask them questions. Better start thinking of something, Bosch, Belk said. We could have settled this 6 months ago for 50 grand. The way things are going, that would have been nothing. Bosch turned and looked at him. They were at the railing behind the defense table. You believe it, don't you? The whole thing. I killed him, then we planted everything that connected him to it. Doesn't matter what I believe, but fuck you, Belk. Like I said, you better start thinking of something. He pushed his wide girth through the gate and headed out of the courtroom. Bremer and another reporter approached him, but he waved them away. Bosch followed him out a few moments later and also brushed the reporters off. But Bremer kept stride with him as he took the hallway to the escalator. Listen, man, my ass is on the line here, too. I wrote a book about the guy, and if it was the wrong guy, I want to know. Bosch stopped, and Bremer almost bumped into him. He looked closely at the reporter. He was about 35, overweight, with brown, thinning hair. Like many men, he made up for this by growing a thick beard, which only served to make him look older. Bosch noticed that the reporter's sweat had stained the underarms of his shirt. But body odor wasn't his problem. Cigarette breath was. Look, you think it's the wrong guy? Then write another book and get another 100,000 advance. What do you care if it's the wrong guy or not? I have a reputation in this town, Harry. So did I. What are you going to write tomorrow? I have to write what's going down in there. And you're also testifying? Is that ethical, Bremer? I'm not testifying. She released me from the subpoena yesterday. I just had to sign a stipulation. To what? That said that to the best of my knowledge, the book I wrote contained true and accurate information. The source of that information was almost wholly from police sources and police and other public records. Speaking of sources, who told you about the note for yesterday's story? Harry, I can't reveal that. Look at how many times I've kept you confidential as a source. You know I can never reveal sources. Yeah, I know that. I also know somebody is setting me up. Bosch stepped onto the escalator and went down. 10. Administrative Vice is located on the 3rd floor of the Central Division Station in downtown. Bosch got there in 10 minutes and found Ray Mora behind his desk in the squad room with the telephone held to his ear. Open on his desk was a magazine with color photographs of a couple engaged in sex. The girl in the photos looked very young. Mora was glancing at the photos and turning the pages while listening to the caller. He nodded to Bosch and pointed to a seat in front of his desk. Well, that was all I was checking, Mora said into the phone. Just trying to put a line in the water. Ask around and let me know what you come up with." Then there was more listening. Bosch looked at the vice cop. He was about Harry's size, with deep bronze skin and brown eyes. His straight brown hair was trimmed short, and he had no facial hair. Like most vice cops, he affected a casual appearance. Blue jeans and black polo shirt open at the neck. If Bosch could see under the desk, he knew he'd find cowboy boots. Bosch could see a gold medallion hanging high on his chest. Imprinted on it was a dove, its wings open, the symbol of the Holy Spirit. "You think you can give me the shoot location?" Silence. Mora finished with the magazine, wrote something on the front cover, and picked up another and began paging through it. Bosch noticed the Adult Film Performers Guild calendar taped to the side of a vertical file on his desk. There was a photo of a porn star named Delta Bush lounging nude above the days of the week. She had become well known in recent years because she was linked romantically in the gossip tabs to a mainline movie star. On the desk below the calendar was a religious statue Bosch identified as the Infant of Prague. He knew this because one of his foster mothers had given him a similar statue when he was a boy and was being sent back to McLaren. He hadn't been what the Fosters had in mind. Giving him the statue and saying goodbye, the woman had explained to him that the infant was known as the Little King, the saint who took special care to hear the prayers of children. Bosch wondered if Mora knew that story, or if the statue was there as some kind of a joke. "All I'm saying is try," Mora said into the phone. "Get me the shoot. Then you'll be in line for the snitch fund." Yeah. Later." He hung up. "Hey, Harry, where you at?" "Edgar's been here, huh?" "Just left a little while ago. He talked to you?" "No." Mora noticed Bosch looking at the spread on the page he had the magazine open to. It was two women kneeling in front of a man. He put a yellow post-it on the page and closed it. "Lord, I gotta look through all this shit. Got a tip that this publisher is using underage models. You know how I check?" Bosch shook his head. "It's not the face or the tits. It's ankles, Harry." "Ankles?" "Yeah, ankles. Something about them. They're just smoother on younger chicks. I can usually tell over or under 18 by the ankles. Then, of course, I go out and confirm with birth certificates, DLs, etc. It's crazy, but it works." "Good for you. What did you tell Edgar?" The phone rang. Mora picked up, said his name, and listened a few moments. "I can't talk now. I have to get back to you. Where you at?" He hung up after making a note. "Sorry. I gave Edgar the ID. Maggie come loudly. I had prints, photos, the whole thing. I got some stills of her in action if you want to see." He pushed his chair back toward a file cabinet, but Bosch told him never mind with the stills. "Whatever. Anyway, Edgar has it all. Took prints to the coroner's, I think, to confirm the ID. Chick's name was Rebecca Kaminsky. Becky Kaminsky. Be 23 if she were alive today. Formerly of Chicago before she came on out to Sin City for fame and fortune. What a waste, huh? She was a fine young piece, God bless her." Bosch felt uncomfortable with Mora, but this was not new. When they had worked the task force together, Harry had never had the feeling that the killings meant much to the vice detective. Didn't make much of a dent. Mora was just putting in his time, lending his help where it was needed. He definitely was good in his area of expertise, but it didn't seem to matter to him whether the Dollmaker was stopped or not. Mora had a strange way of mingling gutter talk and Jesus talk. At first, Bosch had thought he was simply playing the born-again line that was popular in the department a few years earlier, but he was never sure. He once saw Mora cross himself and say a silent prayer at one of the Dollmaker murder scenes. Because of the uneasiness Bosch felt, he had had little contact with Mora since the Norman church shooting and the breakup of the task force. Mora went back to Ad Vice, and Bosch was shipped to Hollywood. Occasionally, the two would see each other in the courthouse or at the Seven or the Red Wind, but even at the bars, they were usually with different groups and sat apart, taking turns sending beers back and forth. Harry. She was definitely among the living until at least 2 years ago. That flick you came across, Tale from the Crypt, it was made 2 years ago. Means Church definitely didn't do her. Probably whoever sent the note did. I don't know if that is good or bad news for you. I don't either. Church had a rock-solid alibi for the Kaminsky killing. He was dead. With that, added to the apparent alibi was Zorek's videotape provided Church for the 11th killing, Bosch's sense of paranoia was turning to panic. For 4 years there had been no doubt for him about what he had done. So, how's the trial going anyway? Maura asked. Don't ask. Can I use your phone? Bosch dialed Edgar's pager number and then punched in Maura's phone number. After he hung up to wait for the call back, he didn't know what else to say. Trial's a trial. You still supposed to testify? I guess. I'm on for tomorrow. I don't know what she wants from me. I wasn't even there the night you took that bastard down. Well, you were on the task force with me. That's good enough to drag you into it. Well, The phone rang, and Maura picked it up. He then passed it to Bosch.
Where you at, Harry?
I'm here with Maura. He filled me in. Anything on the prince?
Not yet. I missed my man at SID. Must have gone to lunch, so I left the prince there. Should have a confirmation later today, but I'm not waiting on it.
Where are you now?
Missing persons. Trying to see if this girl ever got reported missing, now that I have a name to go with the body.
You gonna be there a while?
Just started. We're looking through hard copies. They only went to computer 18 months ago.
I'll be over.
You got your trial, man.
I have some time. Bosch felt that he had to keep moving, to keep thinking. It was the only way to keep from examining the horror building in his mind, the possibility he had taken down the wrong man. He drove back to Parker Center and took the stairs down to the first subterranean level. Missing Persons was a small office inside the Fugitives section. Edgar was sitting on a desk looking through a stack of white forms. Bosch recognized these as cases that were not even investigated after the reports had been made. They would have been in files if there had been any follow-up.
Nothing so far, Harry,
Edgar said. He then introduced Bosch to Detective Morgan Randolph, who was sitting at a nearby desk. Randolph gave Bosch a stack of reports, and he spent the next 15 minutes looking through the pages, each one an individual story of someone's pain that had fallen on the deaf ears of the department.
Harry, on the description, look for a tattoo above the ass, Edgar said.
How do you know?
Maura had some photos of magna cum loudly, in action, as Maura says. And there's a tattoo. It's Yosemite Sam, you know, the cartoon, to the left of the dimple, over the left side of her ass.
Well, did you find that on the body?
Didn't notice it, because of the severe skin discoloration. But I didn't really look at the backside either.
What's going on with that? I thought you said the cut was going to be done yesterday.
Yeah, that's what they said. But I called over and they're still backed up from the weekend. They haven't even prepped it yet. I called Sakai a little while ago and he's going to take a look in the freezer after lunch, check on the tattoo.
Bosch looked back at his stack. The recurrent theme was the young ages of the missing people. L.A. was a drain which drew a steady stream of the nation's runaways. But there were many who disappeared from here as well. Bosch finished his stack without seeing the name Rebecca Kaminsky, her alias, or anyone that matched her description. He looked at his watch and knew he had to get back to court. He took another stack off Randolph's desk anyway and began to wade through it. As he searched,
He listened to the banter between Edgar and Randolph. It was clear that they had known each other before this day's meeting. Edgar called him Morg. Bosch figured they might have known each other from the Black Peace Officers Association. He found nothing in the second stack. "I gotta go. I'm gonna be late." "Okay, man, I'll let you know what we find. And the prints too, okay?" "You got it." Court was already in session when Bosch got to courtroom 4. He quietly opened the gate, went through, and took his seat next to Belk. The judge eyed him disdainfully, but said nothing. Bosch looked up to see Assistant Chief Irvin Irving in the witness seat. Money Chandler was at the lectern. "Good going," Belk whispered to him. "Late for your own trial." Bosch ignored him and watched as Chandler began asking Irving general questions about his background and years on the force. They were preliminary questions. Bosch knew he couldn't have missed much. "Look," Belk whispered next, "if you don't care about this, at least pretend you do for the jury's sake. I know we are only talking about taxpayers' money here, but act like it's going to be your own money they will be deciding to give." "I got tied up. It won't happen again. You know, I'm trying to figure out this case. Maybe that doesn't matter to you, since you've already decided." He leaned back in his chair to get away from Belk. He was reminded that he had not eaten lunch by a sharp signal of resentment from his stomach. He tried to concentrate on the testimony. "As Assistant Chief, what does your command include?" Chandler asked Irving. "I am presently the commanding officer of all detective services." "At the time of the Dollmaker investigation, you were one rank below, a deputy chief, correct?" "Yes." "As such, you were in charge of the Internal Affairs Division, correct?" "Yes. IAD and Operations Bureau, which basically means I was in charge of managing and allocating the department's personnel." "What is the mission of the IAD, as it is known?" "To police the police. We investigate all citizen complaints, all interior complaints of misconduct." "Do you investigate police shootings?" "Not per se. There is an officer-involved shooting team that handles the initial investigation. After that, if there is an allegation of misconduct or any impropriety, it is forwarded to IAD for follow-up." "Yes. And what do you recall of the IAD investigation of the shooting of Norman Church by Detective Harry Bosch?" "I recall all of it." "Why was it referred to IAD?" "The shooting team determined that Detective Bosch had not followed procedures. The shooting itself was within departmental policy, but some of his actions prior to the gunfire were not." "Can you be more specific?" "Yes. Basically, he went there alone. He went to this man's apartment without backup, placing himself in danger. It ended in the shooting." "It's called cowboying it, isn't it?" "I've heard the phrase. I don't use it." "But does it fit?" "I wouldn't know." "You wouldn't know." "Chief, would you know if Mr. Church would be alive today if Detective Bosch had not created this situation by playing cow—" "Objection!" Belk shrieked. But before he could walk to the lectern to argue, Judge Keyes sustained the objection and told Chandler to avoid speculative questions. "Yes, Your Honor," she said pleasantly. "Chief, basically what you have testified to is that Detective Bosch set in motion a series of events that ultimately ended with an unarmed man being killed, am I right?" "That is incorrect. The investigation found no substantive indication or evidence that Detective Bosch deliberately set this scenario in motion. It was spur of the moment. He was checking out a lead. When it looked good, he should have called for backup. But he didn't. He went in. He identified himself, and Mr. Church made the furtive move. And here we are. That is not to say that the outcome would have been different had there been a backup. I mean, anybody who would disobey an order from a police officer holding a gun would probably do it with 2 officers holding guns."
Chandler successfully had the last sentence of the answer struck from the record. To come to the conclusion that Detective Bosch did not intentionally set the situation in motion, did your investigators study all facets of the shooting? Yes, indeed. How about Detective Bosch? Was he studied? Unquestionably, he was rigorously questioned about his actions. And about his motives? His motives? Chief, did you or any of your investigators know that Detective Bosch's mother was slain in Hollywood about 30 years ago by a killer who was never arrested? That prior to that, she had a record for multiple arrests for loitering? Bosch felt his skin go hot, as if Klieg lights had been turned on him, and everyone in the courtroom was staring at him. He was sure they were. But he looked only at Irving, who stared silently ahead, a palsied look on his face, the capillaries on either side of his nose flaring. When Irving didn't answer, Chandler prompted him. Did you know, Chief? It is referenced in Detective Bosch's personnel file. When he applied to the force, he had to say if he had ever been the victim of a crime. He lost his mother, he wrote. Finally, Irving said, No, I did not know. I believe that loitering was a euphemism for prostitution in the 1950s, when Los Angeles was engaged in a denial of crime problems such as rampant prostitution on Hollywood Boulevard. Is that correct? I don't recall that. Chandler asked to approach the witness and handed Irving a thin stack of papers. She gave him nearly a minute to read through them. He furrowed his brow as he read, and Bosch could not see his eyes. The muscles of his cheeks bunched together below his temples. What is that, Chief Irving? Chandler asked. It is what we call a due diligence report detailing the investigation of a homicide. It is dated November 3rd, 1962. What is a due diligence report? Every unsolved case is looked at annually. We call it due diligence, until such time that we feel the prognosis for bringing the case to a successful conclusion is hopeless. What is the victim's name and circumstances of her death? Marjorie Phillips Lowe. She was raped and strangled October 31st, 1961. Her body was found in an alley behind Hollywood Boulevard between Vista and Gower. What is the investigator's conclusion, Chief Irving? It says that at this time, which was a year after the crime, there are no workable leads, and prognosis for a successful conclusion of the case is deemed hopeless. Thank you. Now, one more thing. Is there a box on the cover form listing next of kin? Yes. It identifies the next of kin as Hieronymus Bosch. Next to that in brackets it says Harry. A box marked son has been checked off. Chandler referred to her yellow pad for a few moments to let this information soak into the jury. It was so quiet, Bosch could actually hear Chandler's pen scratching on the pad as she made a notation. Now, she said, Chief Irving, would knowing about Detective Bosch's mother have caused you to take a closer look at this shooting? After a long moment of silence, he said, I can't say. He shot a man suspected of doing almost the exact same thing that had happened to his mother's slaying being unsolved. Are you saying you don't know if that would have been germane to your investigation? Yes. I don't know at this time. Bosch wanted to put his head down on the table. He had noticed that even Belk had stopped scribbling notes and was just watching the interchange between Irving and Chandler. Bosch tried to shake off the anger he felt and concentrate on how Chandler had obtained the information. He realized she had probably gotten the P-file in a discovery motion, but the details of the crime and his mother's background would not be in it. She had most likely procured the due diligence report from the archives warehouse on a Freedom of Information petition. He realized he had missed several questions to Irving. He began watching and listening again. He wished he had a lawyer like Money Chandler. "Chief, did you or any IAD detectives go to the scene of the shooting?" "No, we did not." "So your information about what happened came from members of the shooting team, who in turn got their information from the shooter, Detective Bosch, correct?" "Essentially, yes." "You have no personal knowledge of the evidentiary layout? The toupee under the pillow, the cosmetics beneath the sink in the bathroom?" "Correct. I was not there." "Do you believe all of that was there, as I just stated?" "Yes, I do." "Why?" "It was all there in the reports from several different officers, but all originating with the information from Detective Bosch, correct?" "To a degree. There were investigators swarming that place. Bosch didn't tell them what to write." "Before, as you say, they swarmed the place, how long was Bosch there alone?" "I don't know." "Is that piece of information on any report that you know of?" "I'm not sure." "Isn't it true, Chief, that you wanted to fire Bosch and refer this shooting to the district attorney's office for the filing of criminal charges against him?" "No, that is wrong. The DA looked at it and passed. It's routine. They said it was within policy, too." Well, score one from me, Bosch thought. It was the first misstep he had seen her take with Irving. "What happened to the woman who gave Bosch this tip? Her name was McQueen. I believe she was a prostitute?" "She died about a year later, hepatitis." "At the time of her death, was she part of an ongoing investigation of Detective Bosch and this shooting?" "Not that I am aware of, and I was in charge of IAD at the time." "What about the two IAD detectives who investigated the shooting? Lewis and Clark, I believe their names were. Didn't they continue their investigation of Bosch long after the shooting had been determined officially to be within policy?" Irving took a while to answer. He was probably leery of being led to slaughter again. "If they conducted such an ongoing investigation, it was without my knowledge or approval." "Where are those detectives now?" "They are also dead. Both killed in the line of duty a couple of years ago." "As the commander of IAD, wasn't it your practice to initiate covert investigations of problem officers that you had marked for dismissal? Wasn't Detective Bosch one of those officers?" The answer to both questions is no. Unequivocally, no. "And what happened to Detective Bosch for his violation of procedures during the shooting of the unarmed Norman church?" "He was suspended for one deployment period and transferred within Detective Services to Hollywood Division." In English, that means he was suspended for a month and demoted from the elite robbery homicide squad to the Hollywood Division, correct? You could say it that way. Chandler flipped a page up on her pad. "Chief, if there were no cosmetics in the bathroom and no evidence that Norman Church was anything other than a lonely man who had taken a prostitute to his apartment, would Harry Bosch still be on the force? Would he have been prosecuted for killing this man?" "I'm not sure I understand the question." "I'm asking, sir, did the alleged evidence tying Mr. Church to the killings that was allegedly found in his apartment save Detective Bosch? Did it not only save his job, but save him from criminal prosecution?" Belk stood up and objected, then walked to the lectern. "She is asking him to speculate again, Your Honor. He can't tell what would have happened given an elaborate set of circumstances that didn't exist." Judge Keyes clasped his hands together in front of him and leaned back, thinking. Then he abruptly leaned forward to the microphone.
Miss Chandler is laying the groundwork to make a case that the evidence in the apartment was fabricated. I'm not saying whether she has adequately done this or not, but since that is her mission, I think the question is answerable. I'm going to allow it.
After some thought, Irving finally said, I can't answer that. I don't know what would have happened. 11. Bosch was able to smoke 2 cigarettes during the 10-minute recess that followed the end of Irving's testimony. On redirect, Belk had asked only a few questions, trying to rebuild a fallen house with a hammer but no nails. The damage was done. Chandler had so far used the day to skillfully plant the seeds of doubt about both Church and Bosch. The alibi for the 11th killing opened the door to Church's possible innocence, and now she had subscribed a motive to Bosch's action, revenge for a murder more than 30 years old. By the end of the trial, the seeds would be in full bloom. He thought about what Chandler had said about his mother. Could she have been right? Bosch had never consciously considered it. It was always there, the idea of revenge flickering in some part of his mind with the distant memories of his mother, but he had never taken it out and examined it. Why had he gone out there alone that night? Why hadn't he called one of the others back in, Mora or any of the investigators in his command? Bosch had always told himself and others it was because he doubted the whore's story. But now, he knew, it was his own story he was beginning to doubt. Bosch was so deep in these thoughts that he did not notice Chandler had come through the door until the flare of her lighter caught his eye. He turned and stared at her. I won't stay long, she said. Just a half. I don't care. He was almost done with the second cigarette. Who's next? Locke, the USC psychologist. Bosch nodded, though he immediately saw this as a break from her good guy, bad guy pattern, unless she counted Locke as a good guy. Well, you're doing good, Bosch said, but I guess you don't need me to tell you that. No, I don't. You may even win. You probably will win, but ultimately you're wrong about me. Am I? Do you even know? Yeah, I know. I know. I have to go. She stubbed the cigarette out. It was less than half smoked. It would be a prize for Tommy Faraway. Dr. John Locke was a gray-bearded, bald, and bespectacled man who looked as though he could have used a pipe to complete the picture of university professor and researcher of sexual behavior. He testified that he had offered his expertise to the Dollmaker task force after reading about the killings in the newspapers. He helped an LAPD psychiatrist draw up the first profiles of the suspect. Tell the jury about your expertise, Chandler asked. Well, I am the director of the Psychohormonal Research Laboratory at USC. I am founder of that unit as well. I have conducted wide-ranging studies of sexual practice, paraphilia, and psychosexual dynamics. What is paraphilia, Doctor? In language we will all understand, please. Well, in layman's terms, paraphilia are what are commonly referred to by the general public as sexual perversions, sexual behavior generally considered unacceptable by society. Such as strangling your sex partner? Yes, that would be one of them, big time. There was a polite murmur of humor in the courtroom, and Locke smiled. He seemed very at ease on the witness stand, Bosch thought. Have you written scholarly articles or books about these subjects you mentioned? Yes, I have contributed numerous articles to research publications. I've written 7 books on various subjects: sexual development of children, prepubescent paraphilia, studies of sadomasochism, The whole bondage thing. Pornography, prostitution. My last book was on childhood development histories of deviant murderers. So you've been around the block. Only as a researcher. Locke smiled again, and Bosch could see the jury warming to him. All 24 eyes were on the sex doctor. Your last book, the one on the murderers, what was it called? Black Hearts, Cracking the Erotic Mold of Murder. Chandler took a moment to look at her notes. What do you mean by erotic mold? Well, Miss Chandler, if I could digress a moment, I think I should fill in some background. She nodded her go-ahead. There are generally two fields or two schools of thought when it comes to the study of sexual paraphilia. I am what you call a psychoanalyst, and psychoanalysts believe that the root of paraphilia in an individual comes from hostilities nurtured in childhood. In other words, sexual perversions, in fact, even normal erotic interests, are formed in early childhood and then manifest in expressions as the individual becomes an adult. On the other hand, behaviorists view paraphilia as learned behaviors. An example being, molestation in the home of a child may trigger similar behavior by him as an adult. The two schools, for lack of a better word, are not that divergent. They are actually quite closer than psychoanalysts and behaviorists usually like to admit. He nodded and folded his hands together, seeming to have forgotten the original question. You were going to tell us about erotic molds? Chandler prompted. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I lost the train there. The erotic mold is the description I use to cover the whole shebang of psychosexual desires that go into an individual's ideal erotic scene. You see, everybody has an ideal erotic scene. This could include the ideal physical attributes of a lover, the location, the type of sex act, the smell, taste, touch, music, whatever. Everything, all the ingredients that go into this individual achieving the ultimate erotic scene. A leading authority on this, out of Johns Hopkins University, calls it a love map. It is sort of a guide to the ultimate scene. Okay. Now, in your book, you applied it to sexual murderers. Yes, with 5 subjects, all convicted of murder involving a sexual motivation or practice. I attempted to trace each man's erotic mold, to crack it open and trace the parts back to development in childhood. These men had damaged molds, so to speak. I wanted to find where the damage took place. How did you pick your subjects? Belk stood up and made an objection and moved to the lectern. Your Honor, as fascinating as all of this is, I don't believe it is on point to this case. I will stipulate Dr. Locke's expertise in this field. I don't think we have to go through the history of 5 other murderers. We are here in trial on a case about a murderer who is not even mentioned in Dr. Locke's book. I am familiar with the book. Norman Church is not in it. Miss Chandler? Judge Keyes said. Your Honor, Mr. Belk is correct about the book. It's about sadistic sex killers. Norman Church is not in it, but its significance to this case will be clear in the next set of questions. I think Mr. Belk realizes this, and that is the reason for his objection. Well, Mr. Belk, I think the time for an objection was probably about 10 minutes ago. We are well into this line of questioning, and I think we need to see it through now. Besides, you are correct about it being rather fascinating. Go on, Miss Chandler, the objection is overruled. Belk dropped back into his chair and whispered to Bosch, He's got to be banging her. It was said just loud enough that Chandler might have heard him, but not the judge. If she did, she showed nothing. Thank you, Your Honor, she said. Dr. Locke, Mr. Belk and I were correct when we said that Norman Church was not one of the subjects of your study, were we not? Yes, that is correct. When did the book come out? Just last year. That would be 3 years after the end of the Dollmaker case?
Yes.
Well, having been part of the Dollmaker task force and obviously becoming familiar with the crimes, why didn't you include Norman Church in your study? It would seem to be an obvious choice.
It would seem that way, but it wasn't. First of all, Norman Church was dead. I wanted subjects that were alive and cooperative, but incarcerated, of course. I wanted people that I could interview.
But of the 5 subjects you wrote about, only 4 are alive. What about the 5th, a man named Alan Carps, who was executed in Texas before you even began your book? Why not Norman Church?
Because, Miss Chandler, Carps had spent much of his adult life in institutions. There were voluminous public records on his treatment and psychiatric study. With Church, there was nothing. He had never been in trouble before. He was an anomaly.
Chandler looked down at her yellow pad and flipped a page, letting the points she just scored hang in the quiet courtroom like a cloud of cigarette smoke. But you did at least make preliminary inquiries about Church, didn't you? Locke hesitated before answering.
Yes, I made a very preliminary inquiry. It amounted to contacting his family and asking his wife if she would grant me an interview. She turned me down. Since the man himself was dead and there were no records about him, other than the actual details of the murders, which I was already familiar with, I didn't pursue it. I went with Carps in Texas.
Bosch watched Chandler cross several questions off on her legal pad and then flip several pages to a new set. He guessed that she was changing tack. She said, "While you were working with the task force, you drew up a psychological profile of the killer, correct?"
"Yes,"
Locke said slowly. He adjusted himself in the chair, straightening up for what he knew was coming. "What was that based on?"
"An analysis of the crime scenes and method of homicide, filtered through what little we know about the deviant mind. I came up with common attributes that I thought might be part of our suspect's makeup. No pun intended."
No one in the courtroom laughed. Bosch looked around and saw that the spectator rows were becoming crowded. This must be the best show in the building, he thought. Maybe all of downtown. "You were not very successful, were you? If Norman Church was the Dollmaker, that is."
"No, not very successful. But that happens. It's a lot of guesswork. Rather than a testimonial to my failure, it is more a testimonial to how little we know about people. This man's behavior did not make so much as a blip on anybody's radar screen. Not counting, of course, the women he killed. Until the night he was shot." "You speak as if it is a given that Norman Church was the killer, the Dollmaker. Do you know that to be true, based on indisputable facts?" "Well, I know it to be true because it is what the police told me."
"If you take it backwards, Doctor, if you start with what you know about Norman Church now and leave out what the police have told you about the supposed evidence, would you ever believe him capable of what he has been accused of?"
This is the end of disc number 4. Please insert disc number 5. This is disc number 5.
If you take it backwards, Doctor, if you start with what you know about Norman Church now and leave out what the police have told you about the supposed evidence, would you ever believe him capable of what he has been accused of? Belk was about to stand up to object, but Bosch strongly put his hand on his arm and held him down. Belk turned and looked angrily at him, but by then Locke was answering. I wouldn't be able to count him in or out as a suspect. We don't know enough about him. We don't know enough about the human mind in general. All I know is anybody is capable of anything. I could be a sexual killer. Even you, Ms. Chandler. We all have an erotic mold, and for most of us it is quite normal. For some, it may be a bit unusual, but still only playful. For the others, on the extreme, who find they can only reach erotic excitement and fulfillment through administering pain, even killing their partners, it is buried deep and dark. Chandler was looking down at her pad and writing when he finished. When she didn't ask another question immediately, he continued, unbidden. Unfortunately, the black heart is not worn on the sleeve. The victims who see it usually don't live to talk about it. Thank you, Doctor, Chandler said. I have nothing further. Belk plowed in without any preliminary softball questions, a look of concentration on his wide, florid face that Bosch had not seen previously. Doctor, these men with the so-called paraphilia, what do they look like? Like anybody. There is no look that gives them away. Yes. And are they always on the prowl? You know, looking to indulge their aberrant fantasies by acting them out? No. Actually, studies have shown that these people obviously know they have aberrant tastes, and they work to keep them in check. Those brave enough to come forward with their problems often lead completely normal lives with the aid of chemical and psychological therapy. Those that don't are periodically overcome by the compulsion to act out, and they may follow these urges and commit a crime. Psychosexually motivated serial killers often exhibit patterns that are quite repetitive, so that police tracking them can almost predict within a few days or a week when they will strike. This is because the buildup of stress, the compulsion to act, will follow a pattern. Often what you have are decreasing intervals. The overpowering urge comes back sooner and sooner each time. Belk was leaning over the lectern, his weight firmly against it. I see. But between these moments of compulsion when the acts take place, does this man seem to have a normal life, or, is he standing in the corner, slobbering, or whatever? No, nothing like that. At least until the intervals become so short that they literally don't exist. Then you might have someone out there always on the prowl, as you said. But between the intervals, there is normalcy. The aberrant sexual act, rape, strangulation, voyeurism, anything, will provide the subject with the memory to construct fantasy. He will be able to use the act to fantasize and stimulate arousal during masturbation or normal sex. Do you mean that he will sort of replay the murder in his mind so that he can become sexually aroused for having normal sexual intercourse with, say, his wife? Chandler objected, and Belk had to rephrase the question so it was not leading Locke. Yes. He will replay the aberrant act in his mind so that he can accomplish the act that is socially acceptable. So, in doing so, a wife, for example, might not even know of her husband's real desires, correct? That is correct. It has happened often. And a person such as this could carry on at work and with friends and not reveal this side of himself, correct? Again, that is correct. There is ample evidence of this in the case histories of sexual sadists who kill. Ted Bundy led a well-documented double life. Randy Kraft, killer of dozens of hitchhikers here in Southern California. I could name many, many more. You see, this is the very reason they kill so many victims before being caught. And then, it is usually only because of a small mistake. Like with Norman Church? Yes. As you testified earlier, You could not find or gather enough information about Norman Church's early development and behavior to include him in your book. Does that fact dissuade you from belief that he was the killer police claim him to be? Not in the least. As I said, these desires can be easily cloaked in normal behavior. These people know they have desires that are not accepted by society. Believe me, they take pains to hide them. Mr. Church was not the only subject I considered for the book and then discarded for lack of valuable information. I did preliminary studies of at least 3 other serial killers who were either dead or uncooperative, and dropped them as well because of the lack of public record or background on them. You mentioned earlier that the roots of these problems are planted in childhood. How? I should have said the roots may be planted in childhood. It is a difficult science, and nothing is known for sure. Getting to your question, if I had a definite answer, I guess I wouldn't have a job. But what psychoanalysts such as myself believe is that the paraphilia can come through emotional or physical trauma, or both. It basically is a synthesis of these, possibly some biological determinants and social learning. It is hard to pinpoint, but we believe it happens very early, generally 5 to 8 years of age. One of the fellows in my book was molested by an uncle at age 3. My thesis, or belief, or whatever you want to call it, is that this trauma set him on the trail toward becoming a murderer of homosexuals. In most of these killings, he emasculated his victims. The courtroom had become so quiet during Locke's testimony that Bosch heard the slight bump of one of the rear doors opening. He glanced back and saw Jerry Edgar taking a seat in the rear row. Edgar nodded at Harry, who looked up at the clock. It was 4:15. The trial would be recessed for the day in 15 minutes. Bosch figured Edgar was on his way back from the autopsy. Would the childhood trauma that's at the root of a person's criminal activities as an adult need to be so overt? In other words, as traumatic as molestation? Not necessarily. It could be rooted in more traditional emotional stress placed on a child. The awesome pressure to succeed in a parent's eyes, coupled with other things. It is hard to discuss this in a hypothetical context because there are so many dimensions of human sexuality. Belk followed up with a few more general questions about Locke's studies before ending. Chandler asked a couple more questions on redirect, but Bosch had lost interest. He knew that Edgar would not have come to the courtroom unless he had something important. Twice he glanced back at the clock on the wall, and twice he looked at his watch. Finally, when Belk said he had nothing further on cross, Judge Keyes called it a day. Bosch watched Locke step down and head out through the gate and toward the door. A couple of the reporters followed him. Then the jury stood and filed out. Belk turned to Bosch as they watched and said, "Better be ready tomorrow. My guess is that it's going to be your turn in the sun." "What have you got, Jerry?" Bosch asked when he caught up with Edgar in the hallway leading to the escalator. "Your car over at Parker Center?" "Yeah. I'm there too. Let's walk that way." They got on the escalator, but didn't talk because it was crowded with spectators from the courtroom. Out on the sidewalk, when they were alone, Edgar pulled a folded white form out of his coat pocket and handed it to Bosch. "All right, we got it confirmed. The prints Maura dug up on Rebecca Kaminsky matched the hand mold we made on the concrete blonde. I also just came from the autopsy, and the tattoo is there, above the ass. Yosemite Sam." Bosch unfolded the paper. It was a photocopy of a standard missing person report. "That's a copy of the report on Rebecca Kaminsky, also known as Magna Cum Loudly. Missing 22 months and 3 days. Bosch was looking at the report. "Doesn't look like any doubt to me," he said. "Nope, no doubt it was her. The autopsy also confirms manual strangulation as the cause. The not
pulled tight on the right side. Most likely a lefty. They walked without talking for a half a block. Bosch was surprised by how warm it was for so late in the day. Finally, Edgar spoke. "So, obviously, we've got it confirmed. This may look like one of Church's dolls, but there's no way in the world he did it, unless he came back from the dead. So, I did some checking at the bookstore over by Union Station. Bremer's book, The Dollmaker, with all the details a copycat would need, was published in hardback 17 months after you put Church in the dirt. Becky Kaminsky goes missing about 4 months after the book came out, so our killer could have bought the book and then used it as a sort of blueprint on what to do to make it look like that Dollmaker." Edgar looked over at him and smiled. "You're in the clear, Harry." Bosch nodded, but didn't smile. Edgar didn't know about the videotape. They walked down Temple to Los Angeles Street. Bosch didn't notice the people around him, the homeless shaking their cups on the corners. He almost crossed Los Angeles in front of traffic until Edgar put a hand on his arm. While waiting for the walk sign, he looked down and scanned the report again. It was bare bones. Rebecca Kaminsky had simply gone out on a date and not returned. She was meeting the unnamed man at the Hyatt on Sunset. That was it. No follow-up, no additional information. The report had been made by a man named Tom Cerrone, who was identified in the report as Kaminsky's roommate in Studio City. The light changed, and they walked across Los Angeles Street and then right toward Parker Center. "You gonna talk to this Cerrone guy, the roommate?" he asked Edgar. "I don't know. Probably get around to it. I'm more interested in what you think about all of this, Harry. Where do we go from here? Bremer's book was a fucking bestseller. Anybody who read it is a suspect." Bosch said nothing until they got to the parking lot and stopped near the entrance booth before separating. Bosch looked down at the report in his hands and then up at Edgar. "Can I keep this? I might take a run by the guy." "Be my guest. Another thing you should know, Harry." Edgar reached in his inside coat pocket and pulled out another piece of paper. This one was yellow, and Bosch knew it was a subpoena. "I got served at the coroner's office. I don't know how she knew I was there." "When do you have to be in court?" "Tomorrow at 10. I had nothing to do with the Dollmaker task force, so we both know what she's going to ask about. The concrete blonde." 12. Bosch threw his cigarette into the fountain that was part of the memorial to officers killed in the line of duty and walked through the glass doors into Parker Center. He badged one of the cops behind the front desk and walked around to the elevators. There was a red line painted on the black tile floor. That was the route visitors were told to take if they were going to the police commission hearing room. There was also a yellow line for internal affairs and a blue for applicants who wanted to become cops. It was a tradition for cops standing around waiting for elevators to stand on the yellow line, thereby making any citizens who were going to IAD, usually to file complaints, walk around them. This maneuver was usually accompanied by a baleful stare from cop to citizen. Every time Bosch waited for an elevator, he remembered the prank he had been partially responsible for while still in the academy. He and another cadet had come into Parker Center at 4 one morning, drunk and hiding paintbrushes and cans of black and yellow paint in their windbreakers. In a quick and daring operation, his partner had used the black paint to obliterate the yellow line on the tile floor, while Bosch painted a new yellow line which went past the elevators, down the hall, into a men's room, and right to a urinal. The prank had given them near legendary status in their class, even among the instructors. He got off the elevator on the 3rd floor and walked back to the Robbery Homicide Division. The place was empty. Most RHD cops worked a strict 7 to 3 shift. That way the job didn't get in the way of all the moonlighting gigs they had lined up. RHD dicks were the cream of the department.
They got all the best gigs. Chauffeuring visiting Saudi princes, security work for studio bosses, bodyguarding Vegas high rollers. LVPD did not allow its people to moonlight, so the high-paying jobs fell to LAPD. When Bosch had first been promoted to RHD, there were still a few Detective Threes around who had worked bodyguard duty for Howard Hughes. They had spoken of the experience as if that was what the RHD job was all about, a means to an end, a way to get a job working for some deranged billionaire who didn't need any bodyguards because he never went anywhere. Bosch walked to the rear of the room and turned on one of the computers. He lit a cigarette while the tube warmed up and took the report Edgar had given him out of his coat pocket. The report was nothing. It had never been looked at, acted on, cared about. He noticed it was a walk-in. Tom Cerrone had come into the North Hollywood Division station and made the report at the front desk. That meant it had probably been written up by a probationary rookie or a burned-out vet who didn't give a shit. In either case, it was not taken for what it was, a cover-your-ass report. Cerrone said he was Kaminsky's roommate. According to the brief summary, 2 days before the report was made, she had told Cerrone she was going on a blind date, meeting an unnamed man at the Hyatt on the Sunset Strip, and that she hoped the guy wasn't a creep. She never came back. Cerrone got worried and went to the cops. The report was taken, passed through North Hollywood detectives where it didn't make a blip on anyone's screen, and then sent to missing persons in downtown where 4 detectives are charged with finding the 60 people reported missing on average each week in the city. In reality, the report was put in a stack of others like it and was not looked at again until Edgar and his pal Morg found it. None of this bothered Bosch, though anyone who spent 2 minutes reading the report should have known that Cerrone wasn't what he said he was. But Bosch figured Kaminsky was dead and in the concrete long before the report was made, so there was nothing anyone could have done anyway. He punched the name Thomas Cerrone into the computer and ran a search on the California Department of Justice Information Network. As he expected, he got a hit. The computer file on Cerrone, who was 40 years old, showed he had been popped 9 times in as many years for soliciting for prostitution and twice for pandering. He was a pimp, Bosch knew, Kaminsky's pimp. Harry noticed that Cerrone was on 36 months probation for his last conviction. He got out his black telephone book and rolled his chair over to a desk with a phone. He dialed the after-hours number for the county probation department and gave the clerk who answered Cerrone's name and DOJ number. She gave back Cerrone's current address. The pimp had come down the world, from Studio City to Van Nuys, since Kaminsky had gone to the Hyatt and not come back. After hanging up, he thought of calling Sylvia, and wondered if he should tell her it was likely he would be called by Chandler to testify the next day. He was unsure if he wanted her to be there, to see him cornered on the witness stand by Money Chandler. He decided not to call. Cerrone's home address was an apartment on Sepulveda Boulevard, in an area where prostitutes were not too discreet about how they got their customers. It was still daylight, and Bosch counted 4 young women spread apart over a 2-block stretch. They wore halter tops and short shorts. They held their thumb out like hitchhikers when cars went by, but it was clear they were only interested in a ride around the corner to a parking lot where they could take care of business. Bosch parked at the curb across from the Van Air apartments, where Cerrone had told his probation officer he was living. A couple of the numbers from the address had fallen off the front wall, but it was readable because the smog had left the rest of the wall a dingy beige. The place needed new paint, new screens, some plastering to fill in the cracks in the facade, and probably new tenants. Actually, it needed to be knocked down. Start over, Bosch thought as he crossed the street. Cerrone's name was on the residence list next to the front security door. but no one answered the buzzer at apartment 6. Bosch lit a cigarette and decided to hang around for a while. He counted 24 units on the residence list. It was 6 o'clock. People would be coming home for dinner. Someone would come along. He walked away from the door and back out to the curb. There was graffiti on the sidewalk, all of it in black paint, the monikers of the local homeboys. There was also a script painted in block letters that asked, "Are you the next Roddy King?" He wondered how someone could misspell a name that had been heard and printed so many times. A woman and 2 young children came to the steel-grated door from the other side. Bosch timed his approach so that he was at the door just as she opened it. "Have you seen Tommy Cerrone around?" he asked as he passed her. She was too busy with the children to answer. Bosch walked into the courtyard to get his bearings and to look for a door with a 6 on it, Cerrone's apartment. There was graffiti on the concrete floor of the courtyard, a gang insignia Bosch couldn't make out. He found number 6 on the first floor, toward the back. There was a rusted-out hibachi grill on the ground next to the door. There was also a child's bike with training wheels parked under the front window. The bike didn't fit. Bosch tried to look in, but the curtains were drawn, leaving only a 3-inch band of darkness he could not see beyond. He knocked on the door and, as was his practice, stepped to the side. A Mexican woman with what looked like an 8-month pregnancy beneath her faded pink bathrobe answered the door. Behind the small woman, Bosch could see a young boy sitting on the living room floor in front of a black-and-white TV tuned to a Spanish-language channel. "Hola," Bosch said. "Señor Tom Cerrone aquí?" The woman stared at him with frightened eyes. She seemed to close in on herself, as if to get smaller before him. Her arms moved up from her side and closed over her swollen belly. "No migra," Bosch said. "Policia. Tomás Cerrone, aquí?" She shook her head no and began to close the door. Bosch put his hand out to stop it. Struggling with his Spanish, he asked if she knew Cerrone and where he was. She said he only came once a week to collect the mail and the rent. She moved back a step and gestured to the card table where there was a small stack of mail. Bosch could see an American Express bill on top. Gold card. "Telefono? Necesidad urgente?" She looked down from his eyes, and her hesitation told him she had a number. "Por favor?" She told him to wait, and she left the doorway. While she was gone, the boy, sitting 10 feet inside the door, turned from the TV. Bosch could see it was some kind of game show, and looked at him. Bosch felt uncomfortable. He looked away into the courtyard. When he looked back, the boy was smiling. He had his hand up and was pointing a finger at Bosch. He made a shooting sound and giggled. Then the mother was back at the door with a piece of paper. There was a local phone number on it. That was all. Bosch copied it down in a small notebook he carried, and then told her he would take the mail. The woman turned and looked at the card table as if the answer to what she should do was sitting on it with the mail. Bosch told her it would be okay, and she finally lifted the stack and handed it to him. The frightened look was in her eyes again. He stepped back and was going to walk away when he stopped and looked back at her. He asked how much the rent was, and she told him it was $100 a week. Bosch nodded and walked away. Out on the street, he walked down to a payphone that was in front of the next apartment complex. He called the downtown communications center, gave the operator the phone number he had just gotten, and said he needed an address. While he waited, he thought about the pregnant woman and wondered why she stayed. Could things be worse back in the Mexican town she came from? For some, he knew, the journey here was so difficult that returning was out of the question. As he was flipping through Cerrone's mail, one of the hitchhikers walked up to him. She wore an orange tank top over her surgically augmented breasts. Her cut-off jeans were cut so high above the thighs that the white pockets hung out below. In one of the pockets, he could see the distinctive shape of a condom package. She had the gaunt, tired look of a strawberry. A woman who would do anything, anytime, anywhere to keep crack in her pipe. Factoring in her deteriorated appearance, he put her age at no more than 20. To Bosch's surprise, she said, "Hey, darling, looking for a date?" He smiled and said, "You're going to have to be more careful than that. You want to stay out of the cage." "Oh, shit," she said, and turned to walk away. Wait a minute. Don't I know you?" "Yeah, I know you. What's your name, girl?" "Look, man, I'm not talking to you and I'm not blowing you, so I gotta go." Wait. I don't want anything. I just thought, that we'd met. Aren't you one of Tommy Cerrone's girls?" "Yeah, that's where I met you." The name put a slight stutter in her step. Bosch let the phone dangle by its cord and caught up to her. She stopped. "Look, I'm not with Tommy anymore, okay? I gotta go to work." She turned from him and put her thumb out as a wave of southbound traffic started by. "Wait a minute, just tell me something. Tell me where Tommy is these days. I need to get with him on something." "On what?" "I don't know where he is." "A girl. You remember Becky, a couple of years ago? Blonde, liked red lipstick, had a set like yours? She might have used the name Maggie. I want to find her, and she was working for Tom. You remember her?" "I wasn't even around then. And I haven't seen Tommy in 4 months, and you are full of shit." She walked off, and Bosch called after her. $20. She stopped and came back. "For what?" "An address. I'm not bullshitting. I want to talk to him." "Well, give it." He took the money out of his wallet and gave it to her. It occurred to him that Van Nuys Vice might be watching him from somewhere around here and wondering why he was giving a hooker a 20. "Try the Grandview," she said. "I don't know the number or anything, but it's on the top floor. You can't tell him I sent you. He'll fuck me up." She walked away, putting the money in one of the flapping pockets. He didn't have to ask her where the Grandview was. He watched her cut in between 2 apartment buildings and disappear, probably going to get a rock. He wondered if she had told the truth, and why he could find it in himself to give her money, but not the woman in apartment 6. The police operator had hung up by the time he got back to the payphone. Bosch redialed and asked for her, and she gave him the address that went with the phone number he'd gotten. Suite P1, the Grandview Apartments on Sepulveda in Sherman Oaks. He had just wasted $20 on crack cocaine. He hung up. In the car, he finished looking through the mail. Half of it was junk mail, the rest credit card bills and mailers from Republican candidates. There was also a postcard invitation to an Adult Film Performers Guild awards banquet in Reseda the following week. Bosch opened the American Express bill. The illegality of this did not concern him in the least. Cerrone was a criminal who was lying to his probation officer. There would be no complaint from him. The pimp owed American Express $1,855.05 this month. The bill was 2 pages, and Bosch noticed 2 billings for airline flights to Las Vegas and 3 billings from Victoria's Secret. Bosch was familiar with Victoria's Secret, having studied the mail-order lingerie catalog at Sylvia's on occasion. In 1 month, Cerrone had ordered nearly $400 in lingerie by mail. The money paid by the poor woman who rented the apartment Cerrone was using as a front for a probation address was basically subsidizing the lingerie bills of Cerrone's whores. It angered Bosch, but it gave him an idea. The Grandview Apartments were the ultimate California ideal. Built alongside a shopping mall, the building afforded its tenants the ability to walk directly from their apartment into the mall, thereby cutting out the heretofore required middle ground for all Southern California culture and interaction, the car. Bosch parked in the mall's garage and entered the outer lobby through the rear entrance. It was an Italian marble affair with a grand piano in its center that was playing by itself. Bosch recognized the song as a Cab Calloway standard. "Everybody that comes to my place has to eat." There was a directory and a phone on the wall by the security door that led to the elevators. The name next to P1 was Kuntz. Kuntz. Bosch took it to be an inside joke. He lifted the phone and pushed the button. A woman answered, and he said, "UPS, got a package."
From who?
It says, I can't read the writing. Looks like Victor's secretary or something.
Oh, do I have to sign?
Yes, ma'am. I need a signature. Rather than buzz him in, she said she would come down. Bosch stood at the glass door for 2 minutes waiting before he realized the scam wouldn't work. He was standing there in a suit and had no package in his hand. He turned his back to the elevator just as the polished chrome doors began to part. He took a step toward the piano and looked down as if he was fascinated by it and didn't notice the elevator's arrival. From behind him, he heard the security door start to open and he turned around.
"Are you UPS?"
She was blonde and stunning, even in her blue jeans and pale blue Oxford shirt. Their eyes met, and right away Bosch knew she knew it was a scam. She immediately tried to close the door, but Bosch got there in time and pushed his way through. "What are you doing? Bosch clamped a hand over her mouth because he thought she was about to scream. Covering half her face accentuated the fright in her eyes. She didn't seem as stunning to Bosch anymore. "It's okay, I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk to Tommy. Let's go up." He slowly pulled his hand back, and she didn't scream.
"Tommy's not there,"
she said in a whisper, as if to signal her cooperation. "Then we can wait." He gently pushed her toward the elevator and punched the button. She was right. Cerrone wasn't there. But Bosch didn't have to wait long. He had barely had time to check on the opulent furnishings of the 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and loft apartment with private roof garden when the man arrived. Cerrone stepped through the front door, racing for him in hand, just as Bosch stepped into the living room from the balcony that overlooked Sepulveda and the crowded Ventura freeway. Cerrone initially smiled at Bosch, but then the face became blank. This often happened to Bosch with crooks. He believed it was because the crooks often thought they recognized him, and it was true they probably did. Bosch's picture had been in the paper and on TV several times in the last few years, including once this week. Harry believed that most crooks who read the papers or watch the news look closely at the pictures of the cops. They probably thought it gave them an added advantage, someone to look out for, but instead it bred familiarity. Cerrone had smiled as though Bosch was a long-lost friend. Then he realized it was probably the enemy, a cop. "That's right," Bosch said. "Tommy, he made me bring him up," the girl said. "He called on the—" "Shut up," Cerrone barked. Then to Bosch he said, "If you had a warrant, you wouldn't be here alone. No warrant, get the fuck out." "Very observant," Bosch said. "Sit down, I have questions." "Fuck you and the questions you wrote in on. Get out." Bosch sat down on a black leather couch and took out his cigarettes. "Tom, if I go, it's to go see your P.O. and see about getting you revoked for this address scam you're playing. The probation department frowns on cons telling them they live one place when they actually live somewhere else, especially when one's a dump and one's the Grandview." Cerrone threw the forum across the room at the girl. "See?" he said. "See the shit you got me in?" She seemed to know better than to say anything. Cerrone folded his arms and stood in the living room, but he wasn't going to sit down. He was a well-built guy, gone to fat. Too many afternoons at Hollywood or Del Mar, sipping cocktails and watching the ponies. "Look, what do you want?" "I want to know about Becky Kaminsky." Cerrone looked puzzled. "You remember, Maggie come loudly, the blonde with the tits, you probably had her enlarge. You were bringing her up through the video business, doing some out-call work on the side, and then she disappeared on you. What about her? That was a long time ago. 22 months and 3 days, I am told. So what? She turned up and is saying some shit about me? It don't matter. Take it to court, man. We'll see. Bosch jumped up off the couch and slapped him hard across the face, then pushed him over a black leather chair onto the floor. Sarone's eyes immediately went to the girls, which told Bosch that he had complete control of the situation. The power of humiliation sometimes was more awesome than a gun held to the head. Sarone's face was a bright red all over. Bosch's hand stung. He bent over the fallen man and said, "She didn't turn up, and you know it. She's dead, and you knew it when you made the missing person report. You were just covering your ass. I want to know how you knew." "Look, man, I didn't have any—" "But you knew she wasn't coming back. How?" "Well, I just had a hunch. She didn't turn up for a couple of days. Guys like you don't go to the police on hunches. Guys like you, they get their place broken into, they don't even call the cops. Like I said, you were just covering your ass. You didn't want to get blamed because you knew she wasn't coming back alive." All right, it was more than a hunch, okay? It was the guy. I never saw him, but his voice and some of the things he said, it was familiar, you know? Then, after I sent her and she didn't come back, it dawned on me. I remembered him. I had sent him somebody else once and she ended up dead. Who? Holly Lear. I can't remember her real name. Bosch could. Holly Lear was the porno name of Nicole Knapp, the 7th victim of the Dollmaker. He sat back down on the couch and put a cigarette in his mouth. "Tommy," the girl said, "he's smoking." "Shut the fuck up," he said to her. "Well, you said no smoking in here except on the Shut the fuck up." "Nicole Knapp," Bosch said. "Yeah, that's it. You knew the cops said the Dollmaker got her?" "Yeah, and I always thought that, until Becky disappeared, and I remember this guy and what he said." "But you didn't tell anybody. You didn't call the cops." "It's like you said, man. Guys like me, we don't call." Bosch nodded. "What did he say? The caller, what was it he said?" "He said, 'I have a special need tonight.' Both times, just like that. He said the same thing both times. And his voice was weird. It was like he was talking through clenched teeth or something." "And you sent her to that?" "I didn't put it together until after she didn't come back. Look, man, I made a report. I told the cops the hotel she went to, and they never did nothing. I'm not the only one to blame. Shit, the cops said that guy was caught, that he was dead. I thought it was safe." "Safe for you or for the girls you put out on the street?" "Look, you think I would have sent her if I knew? I had a lot invested in her, man." "I'm sure you did." Bosch looked over at the blonde and wondered how long it would be before she looked like the one he had given the 22 on the street. His guess was that Sarone's girls all ended up used up and on the street with their thumb out, or they ended up dead. He looked back at Sarone. "Did Rebecca smoke?" "What?" "Smoke. Did she smoke? You lived with her, you should know." "No, she didn't smoke. It's a disgusting habit." Sarone looked over at the blonde and glared. Bosch dropped his cigarette on the white rug and ground it out as he stood up. He headed toward the door, but stopped after he opened it. "Sarone, the woman in that dump your mail goes to? What about her?" "She doesn't pay rent anymore." "What are you talking about?" He climbed up from the floor, regaining a measure of his pride. "I'm talking about her not paying you rent anymore. I'm going to check on her from time to time. If she's paying rent, your PO gets a call and your scam gets blown. Probation gets revoked and you do your time. It's tough to run an out-call business from county lockup. Only 2 phones on each floor, and the brothers control who uses them and for how long. I guess you'd have to cut them in. Cerrone just stared at him, anger thumping in his temples. "And she better still be there when I check," Bosch said. "If I hear she went back to Mexico, I blame you and make the call. If I hear she bought a fucking condo, I make the call. She just better be there." "That's extortion," Cerrone said. "No, asshole. That's justice." He left the door open. Out in the hallway, waiting for the elevator, he once again heard Cerrone yell, "Shut the fuck up!" 13. The last vestiges of the evening rush hour made it a slow run up to Sylvia's. She was sitting at the dining room table in faded blue jeans and a Grant High t-shirt, reading book reports when he came in. One of the 11th grade English classes she taught down in the valley at Grant was called Los Angeles in Literature. She had told him she developed the class so the students might come to know their city better. Most of them came from other places, other countries. She had once told him that the students in one of her classes accounted for 11 different native languages. He put his hand on the back of her neck and bent down to kiss her. He noticed the reports were on Nathaniel West's Day of the Locust. "Ever read it?" she asked. "Long time ago. Some English teacher in high school made us read it. She was crazy." She elbowed him in the thigh. "All right, wise guy. I try to rotate the tough ones with the easy ones. I assign them the big sleep." "That's probably what they thought this one should have been called." "Aren't you the life of the party today? Something good happen?" "Actually, no. Everything is turning to shit out there. But in here, it's different." She got up, and they embraced. He ran his hand up and down her back, the way he knew she liked. "What's happening on the case?" "Nothing. Everything. I might be going into the mud puddle. Wonder if I can get a job after this as a private eye, like Marlowe." She pushed away. "What are you talking about?" "I'm not sure. Something. I have to work on it tonight. I'll take the kitchen table. You can stay out here with the locusts." "It's your turn to cook." "Then I'm going to hire the colonel." "Shit." "Hey, that's not a good thing for an English teacher to say. What's the matter with the colonel?" "He's been dead for years. Never mind, it's okay." She smiled at him. This ritual occurred often. When it was his turn to cook, he usually took her out. He could see she was disappointed by the prospect of fried chicken to go, but there was too much going on, too much to think about. She had a face that made him want to confess everything bad he had ever done, yet he knew he could not. She knew it, too. "I humiliated a man today." "What? Why?" "Because he humiliates women." "All men do that, Harry. What did you do to him?" "Knocked him down in front of his woman." "He probably needed it." "I don't want you to come to court tomorrow. I'm probably going to be called by Chandler to testify, but I don't want you there. It's going to be bad." She was silent for a moment. "Why do you do this, Harry? Tell me all these things that you do, but keep the rest a secret? In some ways, we are so intimate, and in others, you tell me about the men you knocked down, but not about you. What do I know about you, your past? I want us to get to that, Harry. We have to, or we'll end up humiliating each other. That's how it ended for me before." Bosch nodded and looked down. He didn't know what to say. He was too burdened by other thoughts to get into this now. "You want the extra crispy?" he finally asked. "Fine." She went back to her book reports, and he went out to get dinner. After they were done eating and she went back to the dining room table, he opened his briefcase on the kitchen table and took out the blue murder books. He had a bottle of Henry Weinhard's on the table, but no cigarette. He wouldn't smoke inside, at least not while she was awake. He unsnapped the first binder and laid out the sections on each of the 11 victims across the table. He stood up with the bottle so he could look down and take them all in at once. Each section was fronted by a photograph of the victims' remains, as they were found. There were 11 of these photos in front of him. He did some thinking on the cases and then went into the bedroom and checked the suit he had worn the day before. The Polaroid of the concrete blonde was still in the pocket. He brought it back to the kitchen and laid it on the table with the others. Number 12. It was a horrible gallery of broken, abused bodies, their garish makeup showing false smiles below dead eyes. Their bodies were naked, exposed to the harsh light of the police photographer. Bosch drained the bottle and kept staring, reading the names and the dates of the deaths, looking at the faces, all of them lost angels in the city of night. He didn't notice Sylvia come in until it was too late. "My God," she said in a whisper as she saw the photos. She took a step backward. She was holding one of her students' papers in her hand. Her other hand had come up to her mouth. "I'm sorry, Sylvia," Bosch said. "I should have warned you not to come in." "Those are the women?" He nodded. "What are you doing?" "I'm not sure. Trying to make something happen, I guess. I thought if I looked at them all again, I might get an idea, figure out what's happening." "But how can you look at those? You were just standing there looking." "Because I have to." She looked down at the paper in her hand. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing. One of my students wrote something. I was going to read it to you." "Go ahead." He stepped over to the wall and turned off the light that hung over the table. The photos and Bosch became shrouded in darkness. Sylvia stood in the light cast from the dining room through the kitchen entrance. "Go ahead." She held up the paper and said, "It's a girl. She wrote, 'West foreshadowed the end of Los Angeles' halcyon moment. He saw the city of angels becoming a city of despair, a place where hopes get crushed under the weight of the mad crowd. His book was the warning.'" She looked up. She goes on, but that was the part I wanted to read. She's only a 10th grader, taking advanced classes, but she seemed to grasp something so strong there. He admired her lack of cynicism. Bosch's first thought was that the kid had plagiarized. Where'd she get a word like halcyon? But Sylvia saw past that. She saw the beauty in things. He saw the darkness. "It's good," he said. "She's African American. She comes up on the bus, I think from the Crenshaw district. She's one of the smartest I have, and I worry about her on the bus. She said the trip is 75 minutes each way, and that is the time when she reads the assignments I give. But I worry about her. She seems so sensitive, maybe too much so." "Give her time and she'll grow a callus on her heart. Everybody does." "No, not everybody, Harry. That's what I worry about with her." She looked at him there in the darkness for a long moment. "I'm sorry I intruded." "You never intrude on me, Sylvia. I am sorry I brought this home. I can leave if you want. Take it to my place." "No, Harry, I want you here. You want me to put on some coffee?" "No, I'm fine." She went back to the living room and he turned the light back on. He looked over the gallery again. Though they looked the same in death because of the makeup applied by each one's killer, the women fell into numerous physical categories according to race, size, coloring, and so on. Locke had told the task force that this meant that the killer was simply an opportunistic predator, not concerned with body type, only the acquisition of a victim which he could then place into his erotic program. He did not care if they were black or white, as long as he could snatch them with as little notice as possible. He was a bottom feeder. He moved on a level where the women he encountered were victims long before he got to them. They were women who had already given up their bodies to the unloving hands and eyes of strangers. They were out there waiting for him. The question, Bosch now knew, was whether the Dollmaker was still out there, too. He sat down, and from the pocket of the binder he pulled a map of West L.A. Its creases cracked and split in some sections as he unfolded it and put it down on top of the photos. The round black stickers that represented locations where bodies had been found were still in place. The victim's name and date of discovery were written next to each black dot. Geographically, the task force had found no significance until after Church was dead. The bodies were found in locations stretching from Silver Lake to Malibu. The Dollmaker littered the entire west side. Still, for the most part, the bodies were clustered in Silver Lake and Hollywood, with only one found in Malibu and one in West Hollywood. The concrete blonde was found farther south in Hollywood than any of the previous bodies. She was also the only one that had been buried. Locke had said location of disposal was probably a choice of convenience. After Church was dead, this seemed true. 4 of the bodies had been dumped within a mile of his Silver Lake apartment. Another 4 were in eastern Hollywood, not a long drive either. The dates had done nothing for the investigation. No pattern. Initially, there was a decreasing interval pattern between discoveries of victims. Then, it began to vary widely. The Dollmaker would go 5 weeks between strikes, then 2 weeks, then 3. Nothing to make of this. The detectives on the task force simply let it go. Bosch moved on. He began reading the background packets that had been drawn up on each victim. Most of these were short, 2 to 3 pages about their sad lives. One of the women who worked Hollywood Boulevard at night was going to beautician school by day. Another had been sending money to Chihuahua, Mexico, where her parents believed she had a good job as a tour guide at the famous Disneyland. There were odd matches between some of the victims, but nothing that ever amounted to anything. 3 of the Boulevard whores went to the same doctor for weekly clap shots. Members of the task force put him under surveillance for 3 weeks. But one night while they were watching him, the real Dollmaker picked up a prostitute on Sunset, and her body was found in Silver Lake the next morning. 2 of the other women also shared a doctor. The same Beverly Hills plastic surgeon had performed breast implant surgery on them. The task force had rallied on this discovery, for a plastic surgeon remakes images similarly after a fashion to the way the Dollmaker used makeup. The plastic man, as he was called by the cops, was also placed under surveillance. But he never made a suspicious move, and seemed to be the picture of domestic bliss with a wife whose physical features he had sculpted to his own liking. They were still watching him when Bosch took the telephone tip that led to the shooting of Norman Church. As far as Bosch knew, neither doctor ever knew he had been watched. In the book Bremer wrote, they were identified by pseudonyms. Nearly 2/3 through the background packets, as he read about Nicole Knapp, the 7th victim, Bosch saw the pattern within the pattern. He had somehow missed it before. All of them had. The task force, Locke, the media. They had put all the victims into the same classification. A whore is a whore is a whore. But there were differences. Some were streetwalkers, some were higher up the scale as escorts. Within these 2 groups, some were also dancers. One was a telegram stripper.
and 2 made livings in the pornography trade, as had the latest victim, Becky Kaminsky, while taking outcall hooking assignments on the side. Bosch took the packets and photos of Nicole Knapp, the 7th victim, and Shirlene Kemp, the 11th victim, off the table. These were the 2 porn actresses, known on video as Holly Lear and Heather Come Hither, respectively. He then paged through one of the binders until he found the package on the lone survivor, the woman who had gotten away. She, too, was a porn actress who took outcall sex jobs. Her name was Georgia Stern. Her video name was Velvet Box. She had gone to the Hollywood Star Motel to meet a date arranged through the outcall service she advertised in the local sex tabloids. After she arrived, her client asked her to undress. She turned her back to do this, offering a show of modesty in case that was a turn-on for the client. She then saw the leather strap of her purse come over her head, and he began choking her from behind. She fought, as probably all the victims had, but she was able to get free by driving an elbow into her attacker's ribs, then turning and delivering a kick to his genitals. She ran naked from the room, all thought of modesty long gone. By the time police went back in, the attacker was gone. It was 3 days before the reports on the incident filtered their way to the task force. By then, the hotel room had been used dozens of times. The Hollywood star offered hourly rates, and it was useless as far as gathering physical evidence went. Reading the reports on it now, Bosch realized why the composite drawing that Georgia Stern had helped a police artist sketch was so different from the appearance of Norman Church. It had been a different man. An hour later, he turned one of the binders to the last page, where he had kept a listing of phone numbers and addresses of the principals involved in the investigation. He went to the wall phone and dialed the home of Dr. John Locke. He hoped the psychologist had not changed his number in 4 years. Locke picked up after 5 rings. "Sorry, Dr. Locke. I know it's getting late. It's Harry Bosch."
Harry, how are you? I am sorry we didn't get to talk today. It was not the best circumstance for you, I'm sure, but
"Yes, Doctor, listen. Something's come up. It's related to the Dollmaker. I have some things I want to show you and talk about. Would it be possible for me to come there?" There was a lengthy silence before Locke answered.
Would that be about this new case I've read about in the paper?
"Yes, that and some other things."
Well, let's see, it's nearly 10 o'clock. Are you sure this can't wait until tomorrow morning?
"I am in court tomorrow morning, Doctor. All day. It's important. I'd really appreciate your time. I'll be there before 11 and be out before 12. When Locke didn't say anything, Harry wondered if the soft-spoken doctor was afraid of him or just didn't want a killer cop in his home. "Besides," Bosch said into the silence, "I think you'll find it interesting."
"Very well,"
Locke said. After getting the address, Harry packed all the paperwork back into the 2 binders. Sylvia came into the kitchen after hesitating at the doorway until she was sure the photos were packed away. "I heard you talking. Are you going to his place tonight?" "Yeah, right now, in Laurel Canyon." "What's going on?" He stopped his hurried movement. He had both binders stacked under his right arm. We missed something. The task force. We messed up. I think all along there were 2, but I didn't see it until now." "2 killers?" "I think so. I want to ask Locke about it." "Are you coming back tonight?" "I don't know. It will be late. I was thinking about just going to my place, check my messages, get some fresh clothes. This weekend is not looking good, is it?" "What? Oh, yeah, Lone Pine, yeah. Well, don't worry about it. But I may want to hang out at your place while they have the open house here." "Sure." She walked into the door and opened it. She told him to be careful and to call her the next day. He said he would. At the threshold, he hesitated. He said, You know, you were right.
About what?
What you said about men.
14. Laurel Canyon is a winding cut through the Santa Monica Mountains that connects Studio City with Hollywood and the Sunset Strip. On the south side, where the road drops below Mulholland Drive and the Fest 4 lanes thin to two crumbling invitations to a head-on collision, the canyon becomes funky L.A., where 40-year-old Hollywood bungalows sit next to multi-level glass contemporaries that sit next to gingerbread houses. Harry Houdini built a castle in here among the steep hillsides. Jim Morrison lived in a clapboard house near the little market that still serves as the canyon's only commercial outpost. The canyon was a place where the new rich, rock stars, writers, film actors, and drug dealers came to live. They braved the mudslides and the monumental traffic tie-ups just to call Laurel Canyon home. Locke lived on Lookout Mountain Drive, a steep, upward grade off Laurel Canyon Boulevard that made Bosch's department-issue Caprice work extra hard. The address he was looking for could not be missed because it blinked in blue neon from the front wall of Locke's house. Harry pulled to the curb behind a multicolor Volkswagen van that was at least 25 years old. Laurel Canyon was like that, a time warp. Bosch got out, dropped his cigarette in the street, and stepped on it. It was very quiet and dark. He heard the Caprice's engine ticking away its heat, the smell of burning oil wafting from the undercarriage. He reached in through the open window and grabbed the two binders. It had taken most of an hour to get to Locke's, and during that time Bosch had been able to refine his thoughts on the discovery of the pattern within a pattern. He also realized along the way that there was a key way of attempting to confirm it. Locke answered with a glass of red wine in his hand. He was barefoot and wearing blue jeans and a surgeon's green shirt. Hanging from a leather thong around his neck was a large pink crystal. "Good evening, Detective Bosch. Please come in." He led the way through an entry hall to a large living room dining room area with a wall of French doors that opened onto a brick patio surrounding a lighted blue pool. Bosch noticed the pinkish carpet was dirty and worn, but otherwise the place was not bad for a college sex professor and author. He noticed the water of the pool was choppy, as if someone had been swimming recently. He thought he smelled a trace of stale marijuana smoke. "Beautiful place," Bosch said. "You know, we're almost neighbors. I live on the other side of the hill on Woodrow Wilson." "Oh, really? How come it took you so long to get here?" "Well, actually, I didn't come from home. I was at a friend's place up in Bouquet Canyon." "Ah, a girlfriend. That explains the 45-minute wait." "Sorry to hold you up, Doctor. Why don't we get on with this so I don't keep you any longer than necessary?" "Yes, please." He signaled Bosch to put the binders down on the dining room table. He didn't ask if Harry wanted a glass of wine, an ashtray, or even a pair of swimming trunks. "I'm sorry to intrude," Harry offered. "I'll be quick." "Yes, you said that. I'm sorry this came up to myself. Testifying put me back a day on my research and writing schedule, and I was trying to recoup tonight." Bosch noticed his hair wasn't wet. Maybe he had been working while someone else had been in the pool. Locke took a seat at the dining room table, and Bosch told the story of the Concrete Blonde investigation in exact chronological order, after starting by showing him the copy of the new note left at the station on Monday. While telling the details of the latest death, Bosch saw Locke's eyes brighten with interest. When he was done, the psychologist folded his arms and closed his eyes and said, "Let me think about this before we go on." He sat perfectly still. Bosch wasn't sure what to make of it. After 20 seconds went by, he finally said, "If you're going to think, I'm going to borrow your phone." "In the kitchen," Locke said, without opening his eyes. Bosch got Amado's phone number from the task force list in the binder and called him. He could tell he had awakened the coroner's analyst. After identifying himself, Bosch said, "Sorry to wake you, but things are happening very quickly on this new Dollmaker case. Did you read about it in the paper?" "Yeah, but they said it wasn't known for sure if it was the Dollmaker." "Right, that's what I'm working on. I have a question." "Go ahead." You testified yesterday about the rape kits taken from each victim. Where are they now? The evidence, I mean. There was a long silence before Amato said,
They're probably still in evidence storage. The coroner's policy is to keep evidence 7 years after resolution of a case. You know, in case of appeals or something. Now, since your perp is dead, there would be no reason to keep the stuff even that long. But it takes an order from the medical examiner to clear out an evidence locker. The chances are the ME at the time would not have thought or remembered to do this after you, killed Church. It's too big of a bureaucracy to run that well. My guess is the kit would still be there. The evidence custodian would only request a disposal order after 7 years.
Okay, Bosch said, excitement evident in his voice. What about the condition? Would it still be usable as evidence and for analysis?
Should be no deterioration, I would think.
How full's your plate?
It's always full. But you've got me hooked here. What's up?
I need someone to pull the kits from victims 7 and 11. That's Nicole Knapp and Shirlene Kemp. Got it? 7 and 11, like the store.
I got it. 7-11. Then what?
Cross-reference the pubic combs. Look for the same foreign hair in both places, on both women. How long will it take?
3, 4 days? We have to send that to the DOJ lab. I can put a rush on it, maybe get it sooner. Can I ask you something? Why are we doing this?
I think there was someone else besides Church. A copycat. He did 7, 11, and the one this week. And I'm thinking he might not have been smart enough to shave himself like Church. If you find similar hair in the combs, I think that will clinch it.
Well, I can tell you something right off that is interesting about those two, 7 and 11.
Bosch waited.
I reviewed everything before I testified, so it's still fresh, you know? Remember, I testified that 2 of the victims had extreme damage, vaginal tears? Well, it was those 2, 7 and 11.
Bosch thought about this for a few moments. From out in the dining room, he heard Locke say, Harry? Be right there, he called out. To Amato, he said, That's interesting.
It means this second guy, whoever he is, he's rougher trade than Church. Those 2 women were hurt the most.
Something came together in Bosch's mind then. Something that had not seemed right about Amato's testimony the day before. Now it was clear. The condoms, he said.
What about them?
You testified that it was a box of 12. Only 3 left.
That's right. 9 used. You subtract victims 7 and 11 from the list and you have 9 victims. It fits, Harry. Okay, first thing tomorrow, I'm on this. Give me 3 days, max.
They hung up, and Bosch wondered if Amato would get any sleep tonight. Locke had replenished his wine glass, but still did not ask Bosch if he wanted a glass when he returned to the dining room. Bosch sat down across the table from him. I'm ready to go on, Locke said. Let's do it. You're saying that the body found this week exhibited every known detail ascribed to the Dollmaker? Right. Except now we have a new method of disposal, a private disposal as opposed to the public challenge of the others. It's all very interesting. What else? Well, from trial testimony, I think we can eliminate Church as the perp in the 11th killing. A wit produced a tape. A wit? A witness. In court. He was a friend of Church's. He came in with a video that showed Church at a party at the time number 11 got abducted. The tape is convincing. Locke nodded his head and was silent. At least he didn't close his eyes, Bosch thought. The psychologist thoughtfully rubbed the graying whiskers on his chin, which made Bosch do the same thing. Then there is number 7, Bosch said. He told Locke about the information he got from Cerrone, about the voice the pimp had recognized. Voice identification wouldn't pass as evidence, but say for the sake of argument, he is right. That connects the concrete blonde to our 7th victim. The videotape eliminates Church from the 11th case. Amato, the guy from the coroner's office, I don't know if you remember him, he says numbers 7 and 11 had similar injuries, injuries that stood out if compared with those of the others. Another thing I just remembered is the makeup.
After Church was dead, they found the makeup in the Hyperion apartment, remember? They matched it to 9 of the victims. The 2 victims there was no makeup for were 7 and 11.
This is the end of disc number 5. Please insert disc number 6. This is disc number 6.
Another thing I just remembered is the makeup. After Church was dead, they found the makeup in the Hyperion apartment, remember? They matched it to 9 of the victims. The 2 victims there was no makeup for were 7 and 11. Right. So what we have are multiple ties between these 2 cases, 7 and 11. Then you have a tangential connection to number 12, this week's victim, based on the pimp recognizing the customer's voice. The connection gets stronger if you look at the lifestyles of the 3 women. All were in porno, all worked out call. I see the pattern within the pattern, Locke said. Gets better. Now, we add in our lone survivor. She was also in porno and did outcall work. And she described an attacker who looked nothing like Church. Exactly. That's because I don't think it was Church. I think the 3, plus the survivor, make up one set of victims of one killer. The remaining 9 are another set with another killer, Church. Locke got up and began pacing back and forth on one side of the dining room table. He kept his hand to his chin. Anything else? Bosch opened one of the binders and took out the map and a folded piece of paper on which he had earlier written a series of dates. He carefully unfolded the map and spread it on the table. He leaned in and over it. Okay, look, let's call the 9 Group A and the 3 Group B. On the map, I have circled the locations where Group A victims were found. You see, if you take the Group B victims out of the picture, you have a nice geographic concentration. Group B Vics were found in Malibu, West Hollywood, South Hollywood. But the A-list was concentrated here in Eastern Hollywood and Silver Lake. Bosch ran his finger in a circle on the map, showing the dumping zone Church had used. And here, in almost the center of this zone, is Hyperion Street, Church's killing pad. He straightened up and dropped the folded paper on the map. Now here is a list of dates of the 11 killings originally attributed to Church. You see, there is an interval pattern at the start. 30 days, 32 days, 28, 31, 31. But then the pattern goes to hell. Remember that? How it confused us back then? Yes, I do. We have 12 days, then 16, then 27, 30, and 11. The pattern disintegrates into no pattern. But now, separate the dates of Group A and Group B. Bosch unfolded the paper. There were 2 columns of dates. Locke leaned over the table into the light to study the columns. Bosch could see a thin line, a scar, on the top of his bald and freckled crown. On Group A, we now have a pattern, Bosch continued, a clearly discernible pattern of intervals. We have 30 days, 32, 28, 31, 31, 28, 27, and 30. On Group B, we have 84 days between the 2 killings. Better stress management. What? The intervals between the acting out of these fantasies is dictated by the buildup of stress. I testified about this. The better the actor handles it, the longer the interval between killings. The second killer has better stress management, or at least had it back then. Bosch watched him pace the room. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Locke said nothing. What I want to know is this possible? Bosch asked. I mean, is there any precedent for this that you know of? Of course it's possible. The black heart does not beat alone. You don't even have to look outside the boundaries of your own jurisdiction to find ample evidence it is possible. Look at the hillside stranglers. There was even a book written about them called Two of a Kind. Look at the similarities in the method of operation employed by the Night Stalker and the Sunset Strip Strangler in the early 80s. The short answer is yes, it's possible. I know about those cases, but this is different. I worked some of those, and I know this is different. The Hillside Stranglers worked together. They were cousins. The other two were similar, but there were major differences. Here, someone came along and copied the other exactly, so closely that we missed it, and he got away. Two killers working independently of each other, but using exactly the same methodology. Right. Again, I say anything is possible. Another example, remember in the 80s there was the freeway killer in Orange and L.A. counties? Bosch nodded. He had never worked those cases, so he knew little about them. Well, one day they got lucky and caught a Vietnam vet named William Bonin. They tied him to a handful of the cases and believed he was good for the rest. He went to death row, but the killings kept happening. They kept right on happening until a highway patrol officer pulled over a guy named Randy Kraft, who was driving down the freeway with a body in his car. Kraft and Bonin didn't know each other, but for a while they secretly shared the nom de plume, the freeway killer, each working independently of the other, out there killing, and being mistaken for the same person. That sounded close to the theory Bosch was working with. Locke continued talking, no longer bothered by the late-night intrusion. Do you know, there is a guard on death row at San Quentin whom I know from doing research up there. He told me there are 4 serial killers, including Kraft and Bonin, waiting for the gas. And, well, the 4 of them play cards every day, bridge. Among them, they've got 59 convictions for murder, and they play bridge. Anyway, the point is, he says Kraft and Bonin think so much alike that as a team they are almost never beaten. Bosch started refolding the map. Without looking up, he said, Kraft and Bonin, did they kill their victims the same way? The exact same way? Not exactly. But my point is that there could be two. But the follower, in this case, is smarter. He knew exactly what to do to have all the police go the other way, to put it on Church. Then, when Church was dead and no longer available for use as camouflage, the follower went underground, so to speak. Bosch looked up at him, and a thought suddenly struck him that spun everything he knew into a new light. It was like the cue ball hitting a rack of 8, colors shooting off in all directions. But he didn't say anything. This new thought was too dangerous to bring up. Instead, he asked Locke a question. But even when this follower went underground, he kept the same program as the Dollmaker, Bosch said. Why do it if no one was going to see it? Remember, with the Dollmaker, we believed his leaving of the bodies in public locations, their faces painted, was part of the erotic program, part of his turn-on. But why did the second killer do it? Follow the same program if the body was never intended to be found? Locke put both hands on the table to brace his weight and thought a moment. Bosch thought he heard a sound from the patio. He looked through the open French doors and saw only the darkness of the steep hillside rising above the illuminated pool. Its kidney-shaped surface was calm now. He looked at his watch. It was midnight. "It's a good question," Locke said. "I don't know the answer. Maybe the acolyte knew that eventually the body would be revealed, that he himself might want to reveal it. You see, we probably have to assume now that it was the follower who sent the notes to you and the newspaper 4 years ago. It shows the exhibitionistic portion of his program. Church apparently didn't find the same need to torment his hunters. The follower got off on tweaking us. Exactly. What he was doing was having his fun, taunting his trackers, and all the while the blame for the murders he committed went to the real Dollmaker. Follow?" "Yes." "Okay, so what happened? The real Dollmaker, Mr. Church, is killed by you. The follower no longer has a cover, so what he does is he continues his work, his killing, but now he buries the victim, hides her under concrete.
You're saying he still follows the whole erotic program with the makeup and everything, but then buries her so no one will see her. So no one will know. Yes, he follows the program because that is what turned him on in the first place. But he can no longer afford to discard the bodies publicly because that would reveal his secret. So then, why the note? Why send a note to the police this week that opens him to exposure? Locke paced around the dining room table, thinking. Confidence, he finally said. The follower has become strong over the past 4 years. He thinks he is invincible. It is a common trait in the disassembling phase of a psychopath. A state of confidence and invulnerability rises as, in actuality, the psychopath is making more and more mistakes, disassembling, becoming vulnerable to discovery. So, because he has gotten away with his actions for 4 years, he thinks he is clear and is so untouchable that he sends another note to tweak us? Exactly. But that is only one factor. Another is pride, authorship. This big trial on the Dollmaker has begun, and he wants to steal some of the attention. You must understand, he craves attention for his acts. After all, it was the follower, not Church, who sent the letters earlier. So, being prideful and feeling above the reach of the police, I guess godlike is the way to describe his sense of himself, he writes the note this week. Catch me if you can. Yes, one of the oldest games around. And lastly, he might have sent the note because he is still angry with you. Me? Bosch was surprised. He had never considered this. Yes, you took Church away. You ruined his perfect cover. I don't imagine the note and its mention in the press has helped your court case any, has it? No, it might sink me. Yes, so maybe this is the follower's way of repaying you, his revenge. Bosch thought about all of this for a moment. He could almost feel the adrenaline surging through his body. It was after midnight, but he wasn't the least bit tired. He had a focus now. He was no longer lost in the void. You think there are more out there, don't you? He asked. You mean women in concrete or similar confinement? Yes, unfortunately I do. 4 years is a long time. Many others are out there, I'm afraid. How do I find him? I'm not sure. My work has always come at the end, after they're caught, after they're dead. Bosch nodded, closed the binders, and put them under his arm. There is one thing, though, Locke said. Look at his pool of victims. Who are they? How does he get to them? The 3 who are dead and the survivor, they all were in the porno industry, you said. Bosch put the binders back down on the table. He lit another cigarette. Yes, they all did outcall work, too, he said. Yes. So, while Church was the opportunistic killer, taking victims of any size, age, or race, the follower was more specific in his tastes. Bosch recalled the porno victims quickly. Right. The follower's victims were white, young, blonde, and large-breasted. That is a clear pattern. Did these women advertise their outcall services in the adult-related media? I know 2 of them did, and the survivor. The latest victim did outcall, but I'm not sure how she advertised. Did the 3 who did advertise include photographs of themselves in the copy? Bosch could specifically remember only Holly Lear's ad, and it did not include her photo, just her stage name, a phone drop, and a guarantee of lewd pleasure. I don't think so. The one I remember didn't, but her porno name was in the ad, so anyone familiar with her work in video would know her physical appearance and attributes. Very good. We are already creating a profile of the follower. He is someone who uses adult videos to choose the women for his erotic program. He then contacts them through ads in the adult media by seeing either their names or photos in the advertisements. Have I helped you, Detective Bosch? Absolutely. Thanks for the time, and keep this under your hat. I'm not sure we want to go public with this yet. Bosch picked up the binders again and headed toward the door, but Locke stopped him. We haven't finished, you know. Bosch turned around. How do you mean? He asked, though he knew. You haven't spoken about the aspect of this that is most troubling, the question of how our follower learned the killer's routine. The task force did not divulge every detail of the Dollmaker's program to the media. Not back then. Details were held back, so the loonies who confessed would not know exactly what to confess to. It was a safeguard. The task force could quickly eliminate the bogus confessions. So the question is, how did the follower know? I don't. Yes, you do. The book Mr. Bremer wrote made those details available to the world. That, of course, could account for the concrete blonde, but not, as I am sure you have realized, for victims 7 and 11. Locke was right. It was what Bosch had realized earlier. He avoided thinking about it because he dreaded the implications. Locke said, "The answer is that the follower was somehow privy to the details. The details are what triggered his action. You have to remember that what we are dealing with here is someone who very likely was already in the midst of some great internal struggle when he stumbled onto an erotic program that matched his own needs. This man already had problems, whether they had manifested in his committing crimes or not. He was a sick puppy, Harry, and he saw the Dollmaker's erotic mold and realized, that's me. That's what I want, what I need for fulfillment. He then adopted the Dollmaker's program and acted on it, to the very last detail. The question is, how did he stumble onto it? And the answer is, he was given access." For a moment, they just looked at each other. Then Bosch spoke. "You're talking about a cop, someone on the task force." "That can't be. I was there. We all wanted this guy to go down. Nobody was getting off on this, man." "Possibly a member of the task force, Harry, only possibly. But remember, the circle of those who knew about the program was much larger than just the task force. You have medical examiners, investigators, beat cops, photographers, reporters, paramedics, the passers-by who found the bodies. Many people who had access to details the follower obviously knew about." Bosch tried to pull together a quick profile in his mind. Locke read him. "It would have to be someone in or around the investigation, Harry. Not necessarily a vital part or a continuous part, but someone who intersected with the investigation at a point that would allow him to gain knowledge of the full program, more than what was publicly known at the time." Bosch said nothing until Locke prompted him. "What else, Harry? Narrow it down." "Left-handed." "Possibly, but not necessarily. Church was left-handed. The follower may only have used the left hand to make the perfect copy of Church's crimes." "That's right, but then there are the notes. Suspicious docs said they believed it was a left-handed writer. They weren't 100%. They never are." "Okay, then, possibly left-handed. What else?" Bosch thought for a moment. "Maybe a smoker. There was a package found in the concrete. Kaminsky, the victim, didn't smoke." "Okay, that's good. These are the things you need to think about to narrow it down. It's in the details, Harry, I'm sure of it." A cool wind came down the hillside and in through the French doors and chilled Bosch. It was time to go, to be alone with this. "Thanks again," he said as he started once more for the door. "What will you do?" Locke called after him. "I don't know yet." "Harry?" Bosch stopped at the threshold and looked back at Locke, the pool glowing eerily in the darkness behind him. "The follower? He may be the smartest to come along in a long time." "Because he's a cop?" "Because he probably knows everything about the case that you know." It was cold in the Caprice. At night, the canyons always carried a dark chill. Bosch turned the car around and it floated quietly down Lookout Mountain to Laurel Canyon. He took a right and drove to the canyon market, where he bought a 6-pack of Anchor Steam. Then he took his beer and his questions back up the hill to Mulholland. He drove to Woodrow Wilson Drive and then down to his small house that stood on cantilevers and looked out across the Cahuenga Pass. He had left no lights on inside because with Sylvia in his life, he never knew how long he would go without being here. He opened the first beer as soon as the Caprice was parked at the curb in front. A car slowly went by and left him in the dark. He watched one of the beams from the spotlights at Universal City cut across the clouds over the house. Another one chased after it a few seconds later. The beer felt and tasted good going down his throat, but it felt heavy in his stomach, and Bosch stopped drinking. He put the bottle back in its carton. But it wasn't the beer, he knew, that was really bothering him. It was Ray Mora. Of all the people who were close enough to the case to know the details of the program, Mora was the one who jabbed at Bosch's gut. The followers' 3 victims were porno actresses, and that was Mora's gig. He probably knew them all. The question that was now beginning to push its way into Bosch's mind was, did he kill them all? It bothered him to even think about it, but he knew he had to. Mora was a logical starting point when Bosch considered Locke's advice. The vice cop stood out in Bosch's mind as someone who easily intersected both worlds, the porn trade and the Dollmakers. Was it just coincidence, or enough to classify Mora as an actual suspect? Bosch wasn't sure. He knew he had to proceed as cautiously with an innocent man as he would with a guilty man. Inside, the place smelled musty. He went directly to the rear sliding door and opened it. He stood there for a moment, listening to the hissing sound of traffic coming up from the freeway at the bottom of the pass. The sound never died. No matter what time, what day, there was always traffic down there, blood coursing through the veins of the city. The light on the answering machine was blinking the number 3. Bosch hit rewind and lit a cigarette. The first voice was Sylvia's.
I just want to say goodnight, sweetheart. I love you. And be careful.
Jerry Edgar was next.
Harry, it's Edgar. Wanted to let you know I'm off it. Irving called me at home and told me to turn everything I've got over to RHD in the morning, to Lieutenant Rollenberger. Take care, buddy. And watch 6.
Watch 6, Bosch thought. Watch your back. He hadn't heard that one since Vietnam, and he knew Edgar had never been there.
It's Ray,
the last voice on the tape said.
I've been thinking about this concrete blonde job and have a few ideas you might be interested in. Call me in the morning and we'll talk.
15. I want a continuance. What? You have to get the trial delayed. Tell the judge. What the fuck are you talking about, Bosch? Bosch and Belk were sitting at the defense table, waiting for the Thursday morning court session to begin. They were speaking in loud whispers, and Bosch thought that when Belk cursed, it came off as sounding too contrived, as if he were a 6th grader trying to fit in with the 8th graders. I am talking about that witness yesterday, Wazorek. He was right. About what? The alibi, Belk. The alibi on the 11th victim. It's legit. Church didn't... Wait a minute, Belk yelped. Then in a low whisper he said, if you are about to confess to me that you killed the wrong guy, I don't want to hear it, Bosch. Not now. It's too late. He turned back to his legal tablet. Belk, listen, goddammit, I'm not confessing anything. I got the right guy. But we missed something. Another guy. There were 2 killers. Church is good for 9. The 9 we tied up on the makeup comparisons. The other 2, and the one we found in the concrete this week, were done by somebody else. You have to stop this thing until we figure out what exactly is going on. If it comes out in court, it will tip the second killer, the follower, to how close we are to him. Belk threw his pen down on the pad, and it bounced off the table. He didn't get up to get it. I'm going to tell you what's going on, Bosch. We are not stopping anything. Even if I wanted to, I probably couldn't. The judge is in her pants. All she needs to do is object, and no sale, no delay. So I'm not even going to bring it up. You have to understand something, Bosch. This is a trial. This is the controlling factor of your universe right now. You don't control it. You can't expect the trial to recess every time you need to change your story. You finished? Yes, I'm finished. Belk, I understand everything you just said, but we have to protect the investigation. There is another guy out there killing people. And if Chandler puts me or Edgar up there and starts asking questions, the killer is going to read about it and know everything we've got. We'll never get him then. You want that? Bosch, my duty is to win this case. If in doing that, it compromises your... Yeah, but don't you want to know the truth, Belk? I think we're close. Delay it until next week, and by then we'll have it together. We'll be able to come in here and blow Money Chandler out of the water. Bosch leaned back, away from him. He was tired of fighting him. Bosch, how long you been a cop? Belk asked without looking at him. 20 years? That was close, but Bosch didn't answer. He knew what was coming. And you're going to sit there and talk to me about truth? When was the last time you saw a truthful police report? When was the last time that you put down the unadulterated truth in a search warrant application? Don't tell me about truth. You want truth? Go see a priest or something. I don't know where to go, but don't come in here. After 20 on the job, you should know the truth has got nothing to do with what goes on in here. Neither does justice, just words in a law book I read in my previous life. Belk turned away and took another pen out of his shirt pocket. Okay, Belk, you're the man. But I'm going to tell you how it's going to look when it comes out. It's going to come out in bits and pieces, and it will look bad. That's Chandler's specialty. It will look like I hit the wrong guy. Belk was ignoring him, writing on his yellow pad. You fool. She is going to stick it into us so deep it's going to come out the other side. You keep writing her off as having the judge's hand on her ass, but we both know that's how you deal with the fact that you couldn't carry her lunch. For the last time, get a delay. Belk stood up and walked around the table to pick up the fallen pen. After straightening up, he adjusted his tie and his cuffs and sat back down. He leaned over his pad and, without looking at Bosch, said, You're just afraid of her, aren't you, Bosch? Don't want to be on the stand with the cunt asking questions. Questions that might expose you for what you are, a cop who likes killing people. Now he turned and looked at Bosch. Well, it's too late. Your time has come, and there is no backing away, no delays. Showtime. Harry stood up and bent over the fat man. Fuck you, Belk. I'm going outside. That's nice, Belk said. You know, you guys are all the same. You blow some guy away and then come in here and think that just because you wear that badge that you have some kind of a divine right to do whatever you want. That badge is the biggest power trip going. Bosch went out to the bank of phones and called Edgar. He picked up on the homicide table after one ring. I got your message last night.
Yeah, well, that's all there is. I'm gone. RHD came up this morning and took my file. Saw them snooping around your spot, too, but they didn't take anything.
Who came?
Sheehan and Opelt. You know them?
Yeah, they're okay. You coming over here on the subpoena?
Yeah, I gotta be there by 10.
Bosch saw the door to courtroom 4 open, and the deputy marshal leaned out and signaled to him. I gotta go. Back in the courtroom, Chandler was at the lectern and the judge was speaking. The jury was not in the box yet. What about the other subpoenas? The judge asked. Your Honor, my office is in the process of notifying those people this morning, releasing them. Very well, then. Mr. Belk, ready to proceed? As Bosch came through the gate, Belk passed him on the way to the lectern without even looking at him. Your Honor, since this is unexpected, I would ask for a half-hour recess so I can consult with my client. We would be ready to proceed after that. Very well, we're going to do exactly that. Recess for a half hour. I'll see all parties back here then. And Mr. Bosch, I expect you to be in your place there the next time I come out ready to begin. I don't like sending marshals up and down the halls when the defendant knows where he ought to be and when he ought to be there." Bosch said nothing. "Sorry, Your Honor," Belk said for him. They stood as the judge left the bench, and Belk said, "Let's go down the hall to one of the lawyer-client conference rooms." "What happened?" "Let's go down the hall." As he was going through the courtroom door, Bremer was coming in, holding his notebook and pen. "Hey, what's happening?" "I don't know," Bosch said. "Half-hour recess." "Harry, I have to talk to you. Later. It's important." At the end of the hall near the lavatories, there were several small attorney conference rooms, all about the size of the interrogation rooms at the Hollywood station. Bosch and Belk went into one and took chairs on either side of a gray table. "What happened?" Bosch asked. "Your heroine rested." "Chandler rested without calling me?" This seemed to make no sense to Bosch. "What's she doing?" he asked. "She's being extremely shrewd. It's a very smart move." "Why?" "Look at the case. She is in very good shape. If it ended today and went to the jury, who would win? She would. See, she knows you have to get on the stand and defend what you did. Like I told you the other day, we win or lose with you. You either take the ball and ram it down her throat or you fumble it. She knows that, and if she was to call you, she would ask the questions first, then I would come in with the fungos, the easy ones that you'd hit out of the park. Now, she's reversing that. My choice is to not call you and lose the case, or to call you and essentially give her the best shot at you. Very shrewd. So what are we going to do? Call you? What about the delay? What delay? Bosch nodded. There was no changing it. There would be no delay. He realized he had handled it badly. He had approached Belk the wrong way. He should have tried to make Belk believe it had been his own idea to go for a delay. Then it would have worked. Instead, Bosch was beginning to feel the jitters, that uneasy feeling that came with approaching the unknown. He felt the way he did before he climbed down into a VC tunnel for the first time in Vietnam. It was fear, he knew, blossoming like a black rose in the pit of his chest. "We've got 25 minutes, Belk said. "Let's forget about delays and try to work out how we want your testimony to go. I am going to lead you down the path. The jury will follow, but remember, you have to take it slow or you will lose them, okay?" "We got 20 minutes, Bosch corrected him. "I need to go out for a smoke before I sit up there on the stand." Belk pressed on as if he hadn't heard. "Remember, Bosch, there could be millions of dollars at stake here. It may not be your money, but it may be your career." "What career?" Bremer was hanging around the door to the conference room when Bosch came out, 20 minutes later. "Get it all?" Harry asked. He walked by him and headed toward the escalator. Bremer followed. "No, man, I wasn't listening. I'm just waiting for you. Listen, what's going on with the new case? Edgar won't tell me shit. Did you get an ID or what?" "Yeah, we ID'd her." "Who was it?" "Not my case, man. I can't give it out. Besides, I give it to you and you'll run to Money Chandler with it, right?" Bremer stopped walking beside him. "What? What are you talking about?" Then he scurried up to Bosch's side and whispered, "Listen, Harry, you're one of my main sources. I wouldn't screw you like that. If she's getting inside shit, look for somebody else." Bosch felt bad about accusing the reporter. He'd had no evidence. "You sure? I'm mistaken about this, right?" "Absolutely. You're too valuable to me. I wouldn't do it." "Okay, then." That was as close as he'd come to an apology. "So, what can you tell me about the ID?" "Nothing. It's still not my case. Try RHD." "RHD has it? They took it from Edgar?" Bosch got on the escalator and looked back at him. He nodded as he went down. Bremer didn't follow. Money Chandler was already on the steps smoking when Bosch came out. He lit a cigarette and looked back at her. "Surprise, surprise," he said. "What?" "Resting." "Only a surprise to Bulk," she said. "Any other lawyer would have seen it coming." "I almost feel sorry for you, Bosch. Almost, but not quite. In a civil rights case, the chances of a win are always a long shot, but going up against the city attorney's office always kind of levels the playing field. These guys like Bulk, they couldn't make it on the outside. If he had to win in order to eat, your lawyer would be a thin man. He needs that steady paycheck from the city coming in, win or lose." What she said, of course, was correct, but it was old news. Bosch smiled. He didn't know how to act. A part of himself liked her. She was wrong about him, but somehow he liked her. Maybe it was her tenacity, because her anger, though misdirected, was so pure. Maybe it was because she wasn't afraid to talk to him outside of court. He had seen how Belk studiously avoided coming in contact with Church's family. Before getting up during recesses, he would sit at the defendant's table until he was sure they were all safely down the hall and on the escalator. But Chandler didn't play that kind of game. She was an upfront player. Bosch guessed that this was what it was like when two boxers touched gloves before the bell. He changed the subject. "I talked to Tommy Faraday out here the other day. He's Tommy Faraway now. I asked him what happened, but he didn't say. He just said, 'Justice happened,' whatever that means." She blew a long stream of blue smoke out, but didn't say anything for a while. Bosch looked at his watch. They had 3 minutes. "You remember the Galton case?" she said. "It was a civil rights case, an excessive force." Bosch thought about it. The name was familiar, but it was difficult to place in the blend of excessive force cases he had heard or known about over the years. "It was a dog case, right?" "Yes. Andre Galton. This was before Rodney King, back when the wide majority of people in this city did not believe that their police engaged in horrible abuses as a matter of routine. Galton was black and driving with an expired tag through the hills of Studio City when a cop decided to pull him over. He had done nothing wrong, wasn't wanted, just had the tag 1 month overdue. But he ran. Great mystery of life, he ran. He got all the way up to Mulholland and ditched the car at one of those pull-offs where people look out at the view. Then he jumped out and ran down the incline. There was nowhere to go down there, but he wouldn't come back up and the cops wouldn't go down. Too dangerous, they claimed at the trial. Bosch remembered the story now, but he let her tell it. Her indignation was so pure and stripped of lawyerly pose that he just wanted to hear her tell it. "So, they sent a dog down," she said. "Galton lost both testicles and had permanent nerve damage to the right leg. He could walk, but he had to kind of drag it behind him." "Enter Tommy Faraday," Bosch prompted. "Yeah, he took the case. It was dead bang. Galton had done nothing wrong but to run. The response of the police certainly did not meet the offense. Any jury would see this. And the city attorney's office knew this. In fact, I think it was Bulk's case. They offered $500,000 to settle, and Faraday passed. He thought he'd get a minimum 3 times that in trial, so he passed. And like I said, this was in the old days. Civil rights lawyers call it BK. That's short for Before King. A jury listened to 4 days of evidence and found for the cops in 30 minutes. Galton got nothing but a dead leg and a dead dick out of the whole thing. He came out here afterward and went to that hedge right there. He had hidden a gun, wrapped it in plastic and buried it there. He came over to the statue here and put the gun in his mouth. Faraday was coming through the door just then and saw it happen. Blood all over the statue, everywhere. Bosch didn't say anything. He remembered the case very clearly now. He looked up at the City Hall tower and watched the gulls circling above it. He always wondered what drew them there. It was miles from the ocean, but there were always seabirds on top of City Hall. Chandler kept talking. "2 things I've always been curious about," she said. 1, why did Galton run? And 2, Why did he hide the gun? And I think the answers are both the same. He had no faith in justice, in the system, no hope. He had done nothing wrong, but he ran because he was a black man in a white neighborhood, and he had heard the stories all his life about what white cops do to black men in that position. His lawyer told him he had a dead-bang case, but he brought a gun to the courthouse because he had heard all his life about what jurors decide when it's a black man's word against the cops. Bosch looked at his watch. It was time to go in, but he did not want to walk away from her. "So that's why Tommy said justice happened," she said. "That was justice for Andre Galton." Faraday referred all his cases to other lawyers after that. I took a few, and he never set foot in a courtroom again. She stubbed out what was left of her cigarette. "End of story," she said. "I'm sure the civil rights lawyers tell that one a lot," Bosch said. "And now you put me and Church into that, is that it? I'm like the guy who sent the dog down the hill after Galton." "There are degrees, Detective Bosch. Even if Church was the monster you claim, he didn't have to die. If the system turns away from the abuses inflicted on the guilty, then who can be next but the innocents? You see, that's why I have to do what I'm going to do to you in there, for the innocents." "Well, good luck," he said. He put his own cigarette out. "I won't need it," she said. Bosch followed her gaze to the statue above the spot where Galton had killed himself. Chandler looked at it as if the blood were still there. "That's justice," she said, nodding at the statue. "She doesn't hear you. She doesn't see you. She can't feel you and won't speak to you. Justice, Detective Bosch, is just a concrete blonde." 16. The courtroom seemed as silent as a dead man's heart while Bosch walked behind the plaintiff and defendant tables and in front of the jury box to get to the witness stand. After taking the oath, he gave his full name and the clerk asked him to spell it. HIERONYMUS Then the judge turned it over to Belk. "Tell us a little bit about yourself, Detective Bosch, about your career." "I've been a police officer nearly 20 years. I currently am assigned to the homicide table at Hollywood Division. Before that—" "Why do they call it a table?" Jesus, Bosch thought. "Because it's like a table. It is 6 small desks pushed together to make a long table, 3 detectives on each side. It's always called the table." "Okay, go on." "Before this assignment, I spent 8 years in Robbery Homicide Division's Homicide Special Squad. Before that, I was a detective on the homicide table in North Hollywood and robbery and burglary tables in Van Nuys. I was on patrol about 5 years, mostly in the Hollywood and Wilshire divisions." Belk slowly led him through his career up until the time he was on the Dollmaker task force. The questioning was slow and boring, even to Bosch, and it was his life. Every now and then, he would look at the jurors when he answered a question, and only a few seemed to be looking at him or paying attention. Bosch felt nervous, and his palms were damp. He had testified in court at least 100 times, but never like this, in his own defense. He felt hot, though he knew the courtroom was overly cool. "Now, where was the task force physically located?" "We used a second-floor storage room at the Hollywood station. It was an evidence and file storage room. We temporarily moved that stuff out into a rented trailer and used the room. We also had a room at Parker Center. The night shift, which I was on, generally worked out of Hollywood." "You were closer to the source, correct?" "We thought so, yes. Most of the victims were taken from Hollywood streets. Many were later found in the area." "So you wanted to be able to act quickly on tips and leads, and being right there in the center of things helped you do that, correct?" "Correct." On the night you got the call from the woman named Dixie McQueen, how did you get that call?
She called in on 911, and when the dispatcher realized what she was talking about, the call was transferred out to the task force in Hollywood.
Who answered it?
I did.
Why is that? I thought you testified you were the supervisor of the night shift. Didn't they have people answering phones?
Yes, we had people, but this call came in late. Everybody had left for the night. I was only there because I was bringing the chronological investigation record up to date. We had to turn it in at the end of each week. I was the only one there. I answered.
When you went to meet this woman, why didn't you call for a backup?
She hadn't told me enough over the phone to convince me there was anything to it. We were getting dozens of calls a day. None of them amounted to anything. I have to admit I went to take her report, not believing it would amount to anything.
Well, if you thought that, Detective, why did you go to her? Why not just take her information over the phone?
The main reason was that she said she didn't know the address she had been to with this man, but could show me the place if I drove her down Hyperion. Also, there seemed to be something genuine about her complaint, you know? It seemed that something had definitely scared her. I was about to head home, so I thought I would just check it out on the way.
Tell us what happened after you got to Hyperion.
When we got there, we could see lights on in the apartment over the garage. We even saw a shadow pass across one of the windows, so we knew the guy was still there. That's when Miss McQueen told me about the makeup she saw in the cabinet under the sink.
What did that mean to you?
A lot. It immediately got my attention because we had never said in the press that the killer was keeping the victim's makeup. It had leaked that he was painting their faces, but not that he also kept their makeup. So when she told me she had seen this collection of makeup, it all clicked. It gave what she said some immediate legitimacy.
Bosch drank some water from a paper cup the marshal had filled for him earlier. Okay, what did you do next? Belk said.
It occurred to me that in the time it had taken her to call me and for me to pick her up and get back to Hyperion, he could have gone out and gotten another victim. So I knew there was a good chance there was another woman up there in danger. I went up. I ran up.
Why didn't you call for backup?
First of all, I did not believe there was time to wait even 5 minutes for backup. If he had another woman in there, 5 minutes could mean her life. Secondly, I did not have a rover with me. I couldn't make the call even if I wanted to.
A rover?
Portable radio. Detectives usually take them on assignment. Problem is, there are not enough of them to go around, and since I was going home, I didn't want to take one because I wasn't coming back until the next evening shift. That would mean one less rover available during the next day.
So you couldn't radio for backup. What about a phone?
It was a residential neighborhood. I could drive out and find a payphone or knock on somebody's door. It was about 1 a.m., and I didn't think people would open their doors quickly to a single man claiming to be a police officer. Everything was a question of time. I didn't believe I had any. I had to go up by myself.
What happened?
Believing someone was in imminent danger, I went through the door without knocking. I was holding my gun out.
Kicked it open?
Yes.
What did you see?
First of all, I announced myself. I yelled, "Police." I moved a few steps into the room. It was a studio apartment, and I saw the man later identified as Church standing next to the bed. It was a fold-out bed from a couch.
What was he doing?
He was standing there naked next to the bed.
Did you see anyone else?
No.
What next?
I yelled something along the lines of "freeze" or "don't move," and took another step into the room. At first he didn't move. Then he suddenly reached down to the bed and his hand swept under the pillow. I yelled no, but he continued the movement. I could see his arm move as if his hand had grasped something, and he started bringing the hand out.
I fired one time. It killed him. How far away from him would you say you were? I was 20 feet away. It was one big room. We were at opposite sides of it. And did he die instantly? Very quickly. He dropped across the bed. The autopsy later showed the bullet entered under the right arm, the one he was reaching under the pillow with, and crossed through the chest. It hit his heart and both lungs. After he was down, what did you do? I went to the bed and checked to see if he was alive. He was still alive at that point, so I handcuffed him. He died a few moments later. I lifted the pillow. There was no gun. What was there? Looking directly at Chandler, Bosch said, "Great mystery of life." He had been reaching for a toupee. Chandler had her head down and was busy writing, but she stopped and looked up at him, and their eyes locked momentarily, until she said, "Objection, Your Honor." The judge agreed to strike Bosch's comment about the mystery of life. Belk asked a few more questions about the shooting scene, and then moved on to the investigation of Church. You were no longer part of that, correct? No. As is routine, I was assigned desk duty while my actions in the shooting were investigated. Well, were you made aware of the results of the task force's investigation into Church's background? Generally. Because I had a stake in the outcome, I was kept informed. What did you learn? That the makeup found in the bathroom cabinet was tied to 9 of the victims. Did you ever have any doubts yourself, or hear of any doubts from other investigators as to whether Norman Church was responsible for the deaths of those women? For those 9? No. No doubts at all. Ever. Well, Detective Bosch, you heard Mr. Wazorik testify about being with Mr. Church on the night the 11th victim, Shirlene Kemp, was killed. You saw the videotape presented as evidence. Didn't that raise any doubts? It does about that case. But Shirlene Kemp was not among the 9 whose makeup was found in Church's apartment. There is no doubt in my mind, or in anybody's on the task force, that Church killed those 9 women. Chandler objected to Bosch speaking for the rest of the task force, and the judge sustained it. Belk changed the subject, not wanting to venture any further into the area of victims 7 and 11. His strategy was to avoid any reference to a second killer, leaving that to Chandler to take a swing at on cross-examination, if she wanted to. You were disciplined for not going in with backup. Do you feel the department handled the matter correctly? No. How so? As I explained, I did not believe I had a choice in what I did. If I had to do it again, even knowing I would be transferred as a result, I would do the same thing. I would have to. If there had been another woman in there, another victim, and I had saved her, I probably would have been promoted. When Belk didn't immediately ask a follow-up question, Bosch continued. I believe the transfer was a political necessity. The bottom line was, I shot an unarmed man. It did not matter that the man I shot was a serial killer, a monster. Besides, I was carrying baggage from, that will be fine, run-ins with Detective Bosch. Bosch stopped. He had made his point. So, what you are saying is, you don't have any regrets about what happened in the apartment, correct? No. That's not correct. This apparently surprised Belk. He looked down at his notes. He had asked a question he expected a different reply to, but he realized he had to follow through. What do you regret? That Church made that move. He drew the fire. There was nothing I could do but respond. I wanted to stop the killings. I didn't want to kill him to do that, but that's the way it turned out. It was his play. Belk showed his relief by breathing heavily into the microphone before saying he had no further questions. Judge Keyes said there would be a 10-minute break before cross-examination began. Bosch returned to the defense table, where Belk whispered that he thought they had done well. Bosch didn't respond.
"I think everything is going to ride on her cross. If you can get through it without heavy damage, I think we've got it."
"What about when she brings up the follower, introduces a note?"
"I don't see how she can. If she does, she'll be flying blind."
"No, she won't. She's got a source in the department. Someone fed her stuff about the note."
"I'll ask for a sidebar conference if it gets to that point."
That wasn't very encouraging. Bosch looked at the clock, trying to gauge whether he had time for a smoke. He didn't think so, and got up and went back to the witness stand. He passed behind Chandler, who was writing on a legal pad.
"Great mystery of life,"
she said, without looking up. "Yeah," Bosch said, without looking back at her. As he sat and waited, he saw Bremer come in, followed by the guy from the Daily News and a couple of wire service reporters. Somebody had put out the word that the top act was about to begin. Cameras were not allowed in federal court, so one of the stations had sent a sketch artist over. From the witness seat, Bosch watched Chandler working. He guessed she was writing out questions for him. Deborah Church sat next to her with her hands folded on the table, her eyes averted from Bosch. A minute later, the door to the jury room opened and the jurors filed into the box. Then the judge came out. Bosch took a deep breath and got ready as Chandler walked to the lectern with her yellow pad. "Mr. Bosch," she began, "how many people have you killed?" Belk immediately objected and asked for a sidebar. The attorneys and the court reporter moved to the side of the bench and whispered for 5 minutes. Bosch only heard bits and pieces, most of it from Belk, who was the loudest. At one point he argued that one shooting only was in dispute, the Church slaying, and all others were irrelevant. He heard Chandler say that the information was relevant because it illustrated the mindset of the defendant. Bosch couldn't hear the judge's response, but after the attorneys and reporter were back in place, the judge said, "The defendant will answer the question?" "I can't," Bosch replied. "Detective Bosch, the court is ordering you to answer." "I can't answer it, Judge. I don't know how many people I've killed." "You served in combat in Vietnam?" Chandler asked. "Yes." "What were your duties?" "Tunnel rat. I went into the enemy's tunnels. Sometimes this resulted in direct confrontation. Sometimes I used explosives to destroy tunnel complexes. It's impossible for me to know how many people were in them." "Okay, Detective. Since you finished your duties with the armed services and became a police officer, how many people have you killed?" 3, including Norman Church. "Can you tell us about the 2 incidents not involving Mr. Church? In general." "Yes. One was before Church, the other after. The first time I killed someone, it was during a murder investigation. I went to question a man I thought was a witness. Turned out he was the killer. When I knocked on the door, he fired a shot through it. Missed me. I kicked the door open and went in. I heard him running toward the rear of the house. I followed him to the yard where he was climbing over a fence. As he was about to go over, he twisted around to take another shot at me. I fired first, and he went down. The second time, this was after Church, I was involved in a murder and robbery investigation with the FBI. There was a shootout between 2 suspects and myself and my partner at the time, an FBI agent. I killed one of the suspects." "So in those 2 cases, the men you killed were armed?" "That is correct." 3 shootings involving deaths. That is quite a lot, even for a 20-year veteran, isn't it?" Bosch waited a beat for Belk to make an objection, but the fat man was too busy writing on his tablet. He had missed it. I know 20-year cops who have never even had to draw their guns, and I know some that have been involved in as many as 7 deaths. It's a matter of what kind of cases you draw. It's a matter of luck. Good luck or bad luck." This time, Belk objected, and the judge sustained it. Chandler quickly went on. "After you killed Mr. Church while he was unarmed, Did you feel badly about it? Not really. Not until I got sued and heard you were the lawyer. There was laughter in the courtroom, and even Honey Chandler smiled. After he had quieted the room with a sharp rebuke from his gavel, the judge instructed Bosch to keep his answers on point and to refrain from personal asides. No bad feelings, Bosch said. Like I said before, I would rather have taken Church alive than dead, but I wanted to take him off the street, either way. But you set the whole thing up, tactically, so that it had to end in his permanent removal, didn't you? No, I didn't. Nothing was set up. Things just happened. Bosch knew better than to show any anger toward her. Rather than make angry denouncements, the rule of thumb was to answer each question as if he was dealing with a person who was simply mistaken. You were, however, satisfied that Mr. Church had been killed while unarmed, nude, totally defenseless? Satisfaction doesn't enter into it. Your Honor, Chandler said, may I approach the witness with an exhibit? It's marked Plaintiff's 3A. She handed copies of a piece of paper to Belk and the judge's clerk, who handed it over the bench to the judge. While the judge was reading it, Belk went to the lectern and objected. Your Honor, if this is offered as impeachment, I don't see how it is valid. These are the words of a psychiatrist, not my client. Chandler moved to the microphone and said, Judge, if you look in the section marked Summary, the last paragraph is what I would like to be read by the witness. You will also notice that the defendant signed the statement at the bottom. Judge Keyes read some more, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and said, I'll accept it. You may show it to the witness. Chandler brought another copy up to Bosch and placed it in front of him without looking at him. Then she walked back to the lectern. Can you tell us what that is, Detective Bosch? It's a confidential psychological release form. Supposedly confidential, I guess I should say. Yes. And what does it relate to? My release allowing me to return to duty after the church shooting. It is routine to be interviewed by the department psychiatrist after being involved in a shooting. Then he clears you to return to duty. You must know him well. Excuse me? Miss Chandler, that's not necessary, Judge Keyes said before Belk got up. No, Your Honor. Strike that. You were cleared to return to duty, to your new assignment in Hollywood, after the interview, correct? Correct. Isn't it true that this is really nothing more than a rubber stamp process? The psychiatrist never holds an officer back from returning on psychiatric grounds? No, on the first question. I don't know on the second. Well, let me turn it around. Have you ever heard of an officer being held back by the psychiatric interview? No, I haven't. They're supposed to be confidential, so I doubt I would hear anything anyway. Will you please read the last paragraph of the summary section on the report in front of you? Yes. He picked up the paper and began reading. Silently. Out loud, Detective Bosch, she said in an exasperated tone. I thought that was implicit in the question. Sorry. It says, through his war and police experiences, most notably including the aforementioned shooting resulting in fatality, the subject has to a high degree become desensitized to violence. He speaks in terms of violence or the aspect of violence being an accepted part of his day-to-day life for all of his life. Therefore, it is unlikely that what transpired previously will act as a psychological deterrent should he again be placed in circumstances where he must act with deadly force in order to protect himself or others. I believe he will be able to act without delay. He will be able to pull the trigger. In fact, his conversation reveals no ill effects at all from the shooting, unless his sense of satisfaction with the outcome of the incident. The suspect's death should be deemed inappropriate. Bosch put the paper down. He noticed the entire jury was looking at him now. He had no idea whether the report was highly damaging or helpful to his cause. The subject of that report is you, correct? Chandler asked.
Yes, it's me.
You just testified that there was no satisfaction, but the report by the psychiatrist said you did feel a sense of satisfaction with the outcome of the incident. Which is right?
Those are his words on the report, not mine. I don't think I would have said that.
What would you have said?
I don't know. Not that.
Then why did you sign the release form?
I signed it because I wanted to get back to work. If I was going to argue with him about what words he used, I was never going to get back to work.
Tell me, Detective, did the psychiatrist who examined you and made that report know about your mother?
Bosch hesitated. I don't know, he finally answered. I didn't tell him. I don't know if he would have had the information previously. He could hardly concentrate on his words, for his mind was scrambling.
What happened to your mother?
He looked directly at Chandler for a long moment before answering. She didn't look away. As was testified to earlier, she was killed. I was 11. It happened in Hollywood.
And no one was ever arrested, correct?
That is correct. Can we go on to something else? This has already been testified about. Bosch looked over at Belk, who got the point and stood up and objected to Chandler's repetitive line of questioning. Detective Bosch, do you want a break? Judge Keyes asked, to sort of calm down a little. No, Judge. I'm fine. Well, I'm sorry. I can't restrict proper cross-examination. The objection is overruled. The judge nodded to Chandler.
I'm sorry to ask such personal questions, but after she was gone, did your father raise you?
You're not sorry. Detective Bosch, the judge boomed. We cannot have this. You must answer the questions asked of you. Say nothing else. Just answer the questions. No. I never knew my father. I was put in the youth hall and then foster homes.
Any brothers or sisters?
No.
So the man who strangled your mother not only took the one closest to you, he destroyed much of your life at that point.
I'd say so.
Did the crime have something to do with your becoming a policeman?
Bosch found he could no longer look at the jury. He knew his face had turned red, and he felt as if he were dying under a magnifying glass. I don't know. I never really analyzed myself to that extent.
Did it have something to do with the satisfaction you felt in killing Mr. Church?
As I said before, if there was any satisfaction, you keep using that word, it was that I was satisfied with closing the case. To use your word, the man was a monster. He was a killer. I was satisfied we stopped him, wouldn't you be?
You're answering the questions, Detective Bosch, Chandler said. The question I now have is, did you stop the killings? All of them?
Belk jumped up and asked for a sidebar conference. The judge said to the jurors, "We're going to take that break now after all. We'll call you back when we're ready." 17. Belk asked for a discussion of his objection to Chandler's question out of earshot of the press, so the judge convened a hearing in his chambers. The hearing included the judge, Chandler, Belk, Bosch, the court reporter, and the court clerk. They had to drag a couple of chairs in from the courtroom, then they all took places around the judge's huge desk. It was dark mahogany and looked like a box a foreign car could have come in. The first thing the judge did was light a cigarette. When Bosch saw Chandler follow suit, he did the same. The judge pushed the ashtray on his desk to the corner so they all could get at it. "So, Mr. Belk, it's your party," the judge said.
Your Honor, I am concerned with the direction Miss Chandler is taking this.
Call her Ms. Chandler, Mr. Belk. You know she prefers it. As far as which way she's going, how can you tell from one question?
It was obvious to Bosch that Belk may have objected too soon. It was unclear how much information Chandler had, aside from the note. But Bosch thought Belk's tap dancing around the problem was a waste of time. "Judge," he said, "if I answer that last question, it will compromise an ongoing investigation." The judge leaned back in his padded leather chair. "How so?" he asked. "We believe there is another killer," Bosch said.